wasn't stronger than hate. It was built on truth, courage, and family. They tried to shake the ground I stand on. Tried to drown me in the noise. But every lie just made me louder. Every storm just found my voice. Some of you came here for answers. Some of you came just to see. But somewhere in the middle of it, you became family. Every night the way goes right, and every night the circle grows. And goes right, more hearts than they will ever know. Welcome to Mommy Ramblings tonight, where truth stands strong and hearts unite. Bring your story, bring your light. Right here we rise and fight.
It still sounds weird.
Silence, no more fear. Every voice is welcome here. This is what we want to see. It's family, it's hope.
Are you at the end of it? Are you at the end, Denise?
They try to tear this place apart, but they underestimate it hard. Because when one voice stands up tall, 1,000 more will answer the call. Welcome to Mommy Ramblings tonight, where courage burns and hope ignites.
Okay, good.
Your story, bring your light. Right here we rise and fight. Through every storm, and every flame, I'll still remember every name. This is more than what it seems. It's family, it's hope, it's Mommy
Okay, well, I'm going to get rid of the headphones. I took them out. I can't deal with it. And I heard back from James, aka Jason. He had a lot of tech issues last night. He said he's ready to go tonight. So he said send him the number. I did. If we have a problem with sound, I don't know what we're gonna do here because I just took these things out. I can't deal with this. I've got to be able to play music and have regular sound. I don't know why it was doing that. Okay. Can you hear me well now? I sound great now. Yeah, because I'm up here. Hi, Alicia. How are you? You feeling better from the flu? Hello to Scooter, Denise, and everybody. Sandra, Tree Dog. Hi, Tree Dog. Hi, everybody. Okay, so I just want to go over real quick a couple of I was out all day. Don't even talk about the dentist. I've got to go back to another dentist tomorrow, maybe back to another dentist the next day. It's turning into so involved that it's out of this world. Okay. Nothing is easy, right? No. Okay. Let's see now. This is what I mean. When you switch dentists, they oh boy. And it's not even really totally switch. Stay up close to your desk. I'm right here. How can I get any closer? Not really. You have a doctor's appointment on Thursday. You're not feeling any better? That's terrible. Okay. Let me go to, I'm just going to go and give some updates on Nanos. And then, James, when you're in the chat, you can let me know. You were you were very missed last night by space. I tried to be brilliant. Okay, so let me do this real quick, okay? So there's the stuff about the scams. I want to give the update on that, okay? And we're going to try to stay away from the R word and letter, okay? We should have something that automatically ejects the people if we mention that, right? That'd be good, because we beat that horse. That horse is bloody. It had to be taken out to the hamburger factory. Okay, it's been beaten so bad. Anyway, now let's see. What is getting out of here? What is this stupid thing showing up here? Okay, Nancy Guthrie's update. Sheriff's Office, Pima County Sheriff's Office is warning about scams, fundraising scams. So they issued a warning to the general public about potential scams surrounding the investigation into the February 1st disappearance of Nancy, the survey. Just check your messenger. Thank you. Good night. Love you. The scam warning arrives as the high-profile search for Nancy is entering its 8th week. We're on day 52. Okay. And here's what the scams are. In a post to X, which is formerly known as Twitter, on Tuesday, the Sheriff's Department said important notice regarding fundraising scams in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. The attached infographic read in part, "Please be advised there is no official GoFundMe or any fundraising effort that's associated with Nancy Guthrie's investigation." The post later added, "The public is urged to remain vigilant and not send money to anyone claiming to raise funds related to this case." Authorities, let's see what else they sent here. Okay, let's look at this here. Let me put this, I'm going to put this over here. Pull this up for a second. Come on. No, that's not what I wanted. Shoot, hold on, let me pull this up. There we go. Okay, this is what was posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, by Pima County. "Please be advised there is no official GoFundMe or any fundraising effort associated with the Guthrie investigation. Billboard displays are funded through official channels. Any claims suggesting otherwise are fraudulent and will be investigated accordingly. The public is urged to remain vigilant and not send money to anyone claiming to raise funds related to this case. Anyone with information that may assist investigators is asked to call 1-800-CALL-FBI or 88-CRIME. That's from the Pima County Sheriff's Association. Now, so what is someone saying over here now? What is this? Let's see what this says. Just received concurrence from FBI to start a billboard campaign. I don't know whether this is real or somebody is making this up. Is this related to a live streamer setting up a GoFundMe to fund billboards? I don't know. I am seeing that on Twitter. I don't know the authenticity of it. I'm not sure. Now, apparently they're saying, someone is also saying an FBI former agent is promoting a GoFundMe as of 45 minutes ago that she contacted FBI to do this. Please correct her promotion if it is fraudulent. What is going on? We're going to have to get to the bottom of this. Now, there's so many. Your post is confusing. Rewrite it. Like fundraising efforts to put up billboards is not associated with Pima County. It's as straightforward as that. So I don't know what they're doing. So are there fundraising efforts for billboards now? What is going on? One day yeah, I don't know. Okay. Former FBI agent Jennifer Coffendoffer on X said, Nancy Guthrie, you know what makes no sense? If the FBI and local law enforcement want the public's help, why the cloak and dagger approach? Tell the public that the 11th is important. Tell us to look for footage on that date. Give us times if you know them. They are important. Also, please release the photo and video enhancements. I know they have been done by now. Law enforcement help the public. Law enforcement help the public help you. What? Wow, that doesn't even make grammatical sense. Law enforcement should become help the public help you. Unless you already have a suspect, then I get it. No need to release more information because you have porch guy pegged. But if you don't, transparency with dates, times, and imagery could help solve the case. That's why you release the images in the first place. The public wants to help find Nancy. Okay, what are they talking about? A billboard campaign, though? What is going on? Okay, let's see. Sheriff in Nancy Guthrie's case says investigators believe that something occurred 3 weeks before her disappearance. Okay, so this is another update here. Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos spoke to local news outlet KOLD, noting that there has been speculation that one of the images related of the suspect was from a night other than January 31st. It was January 11th, some are thinking. Authorities looked into the images that were released of the suspect, and many believe they have been taken from a different night than January 31st. However, without timestamps, there's no way to confirm the date. There's nothing there critical that we can say. Okay, he keeps walking back and forth on this, okay, positively, that this individual, with or without the backpack, was at the house on January 11th. Footage of the suspect removing the doorbell camera from Nancy's home is the only way authorities know that the recording is from the evening she was abducted. However, authorities do believe that something occurred on January 11th, and that's with the FBI analysis of the equipment and the digital stuff they've done. He added, Nanos noted that this information remains speculative and that they couldn't share any evidence that made law enforcement focus on that date. Nanos also told the outlet that the investigation into Nancy's disappearance is ongoing. Really? We have so much in front of us, and we believe that we have good evidence in front of us. Will that dry up? Could I be wrong? Absolutely. Anything's possible, but we're not giving up. Okay. So let's go back and see what other updates we have. Cloak and dagger. Okay, that's going on because that's Coffendoffer that said cloak and dagger. Arrest made in Flagstaff, cold case murder. Okay. So it's not looking like a whole bunch of updates. There is something that Nancy Grace is talking about, helicopters and drones or whatever going on that route like we talked about last night. I think she was talking about into Mexico, yada, yada. Let's see. Hi, Zigzag. How are you? What happened? What's going on? Is something going on with the sound? They say several people are throwing up GoFundMes. Oh, really? Okay. Hi, B Lady. You mean the chocolate cookies Carolyn made? What's going on? Okay, let me see what's going on here. Hi, pretty girl. You confess space has grown on you? And you miss him when he's not here. Okay. Denise, your cookies look good. Carolyn showed me. I think I'll make them. Why would anyone think the Guthries need money, aka funds? They're loaded, says B Lady. I have the cocoa sugar flour. You don't need anything else. Where's the recipe? It's on my video. It's right in the video description. Yeah, make sure you use the recipe in the video description. Let's see. Oh, there's Jason. Okay. Hi, Jason. I'll be sending you the number in a moment. Say the channel was live. Yeah, we'll get you up here in a sec. You must have had tech problems last night. Space Cat was very perplexed that you were not on panel. Okay. All right, we'll get you up here in a minute. I'm just going over a few updates here. So Nancy Grace, I didn't get to listen to her completely, but she was saying something about the drones or helicopters flying back and forth, and you talk about like snippy with panel guests. I like Nancy and everything, but boy, she cuts them down. Have you ever seen how she cuts down her guests? Like, she's like, I don't know what the guy's name was. Fucking I don't even know what his name was, but she's like, I already know this can or, may or may not be related. What a stupid thing to say. Like, she basically says that without saying what is, have you ever seen her? I haven't. I really miss the way she cuts the panel guests down, right? She's like, I don't need you to tell me this may or may not be related. I know it may or may not be related. I'm asking you as a director of security, what are they doing? Like, wow. And it's like, man, Shevitz. She's, yeah. She pulls no punches, no niceties, nothing. So, and the guy was like a deer in headlights. He was like so scared. Okay. Yeah, she's fun. She doesn't pull any punches, Alicia. She does not. She tells it just like it is. She doesn't just make nice, right? If she's exasperated with someone, she lets them know. What is wrong with you? It's funny, actually. It's kind of funny. But not so much funny, because the guy that she was doing it to, I thought he was going to cry. I thought the guy was going to cry. All right. Guy reminded me of, I forget the actor, but he looked like he was going to cry. You can't stand Nancy Grace? Why not, Scoot? What bothers you specifically? If you had to pick one thing that bothers you about Nancy Grace, what is it? What is the one thing that bothers you about her so much? You can't listen. You can listen to get a laugh. No, but what's the one thing? Oh, yes, I can email him a link. As soon as I see him, I will. Everything? But what's the one thing in particular? Is there any way that she could win your love back, Scooter? Could she redeem herself for you? I could write a... She got an A++ from Kat last night. But Brian Enton, did anybody tell Brian Enton about his F? What did he get, an F- from Kat? I'm sure he's crushed. Was he even able to go on today? He got an F-. Her shtick, yeah. Sandra, it's in the, here, let me get the link for you, okay? Hang on a minute. I'll get you the link for the cookies. I'll put the link for the video right here. It's right in the video description, okay? I'll put it right in there. Because I'm good like that and helpful and stuff. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is the link. It's going to go right into the live chat. It's the link for the video where I bake the cookies. It's a step-by-step tutorial. I actually make it twice because the first time my mind was not completely there and I did the wrong amount of butter, so I did it all over again. So you're actually getting 2 times the fun, and the recipe is in the video description. Let me see here. Let me try to find where you guys are now. Oh, here you are. Okay, here is the... Whoopsie. Here's the video with the cookie recipe. You liked it better when she did Top Mom, but after that you were bored. She's too overboard. Yeah. Do you plan to do, and if you do, I would love to be on panel. And no worries. Yeah, I mean, I've always taken calls. I just hope that we're going to be okay with sound. If I have to use these again, I'm going to have to, but you make a mean blueberry pie? Wow, maybe we could get you on a baking segment. Maybe you'll come. Do you ever bake live on TV? On YouTube, I mean? Carolyn, do you have a recipe for Mississippi mud? Mississippi mud? A drink or a dessert? I would just, I don't have one specific on the channel, Denise. I would Google it. I'm not sure exactly which one you want. I'm going to try to make some Easter bread if I get around to it, you know? So I don't really color. I don't know if last year I don't think last year I colored eggs for like the first time ever in years. But I want to just do some to put in the Easter bread. And I don't think I made Easter bread last year, so I want to do it. Remember that time I made like 10 Easter breads with Sandy? But I want to do an Easter bread. You're pretty shy, really? Somebody was thinking that you could be, somebody was telling me that they thought you were that you're maybe former law enforcement. Is that anything? Did you have anything to do with law enforcement, they were saying? I don't know. I'm just saying. Maybe you could take some pointers from him, White Angel. Right? That would be good. Okay, let me see now. Put that in. Now, hold on. Can you hear me now? But see, I can hear myself in my ears now. Oh, because I didn't change this. Hold on. Let me see. Can you hear me now? Let me know if you can hear me. Can you hear me now? Hello, hello, hello. Oh, you wish? You can hear me, Sandra? Okay, good. All right, let me send the number. Hang on. I thought I had these numbers ready to go. They're probably in my drafts. Let me see. I keep hearing rain in my ears. Okay, here's yours. Yours is going through right now. Just went through. And Spaces is going through right now. So they went through. I wonder what kind of tech issues you had yesterday. Let me see here. Let me get back to the chat. All right, there we go. Yeah, I thought you'd probably want to do that first, White Angel, right? You can hear me really good? Okay. It's okay, Sandra. Apparently, White Angel is in here with her snarky remarks. She said some mean things to Scooter the other night. And for some reason, she just wants to come back and continue it and keep throwing shade. That's okay. I have thick skin. I can take it. But it tells more about you and White Angel than it ever does about me. I don't know why you have to be like that. I don't get it, but you just do fruit pies. Let's see. They are a lot of fun. You don't do any cakes or cookies or breads? Maybe you could try. Maybe you would try. That would be fun if you would try. If we could get everybody to try, that's always fun. Hi, Mr. Wu. How are you? How's it going? You got your coffee? Some sambuca in it? Did any of you hear that Nancy did not lock? Yes, I did. That the family had said, I heard that she hadn't been locking her doors in the back. Yes, I did hear that. Yes. Coffee's good, right, Sandra? Yeah. Mr. Wu loves the Nespresso maker. You know, he just loves that. He loves that. I think he's got 2 or 3 of them. Thanks. So why are they surprised? Well, it could just be that, a lot of times when you think you live in a very safe area, you don't, if you live in an area where you're so safe you don't even lock your car outside and you leave your purse there and you could leave cash there and that's the way you've always lived. If somebody then suddenly comes up and takes it, you would be surprised, right? So if you think you live in a very, very safe neighborhood, and yeah, you would be surprised. An abduction would be a surprise even if you left your back door open, because it doesn't happen all look how rarely it happens, especially to an 84-year-old woman, right? Mr. Wu had a video? Mr. Wu, you put up a video? Oh, wow. I'll have to check that out. I remember one time I cooked... What did you cook? French toast and burnt your finger? Oh, wow. That must have been painful. Burns can be really painful, right? Sometimes even small ones they're such a nuisance, like a paper cut, right? A very small thing can be very painful. Crazy, painful. All right, let me put the link in Slack too, in case anybody wants to call in. And any other callers, you're welcome to call in. If you'd like to call in, please, just let me know, and we'll have you call in. And we're not going to talk about the ransom note tonight because that horse just had to be dragged out of here. There's a blood trail down my driveway. And I can't allow any more horses to be beaten like that. Okay, think that everything went back to the ransom note last night, and we just can't anymore. We've got to move on from the ransom note right now. There's a lot of other things to discuss. Okay. Oh, my last video? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I thought you said Mr. Woo's. I was like, Mr. Wu is making videos now. Wow, and they're funny and stuff. Cool. Okay, it is just like, you're too shy? Well, I used to be very shy. A lot of people don't believe that. But I'll tell you a secret. Probably one of my longest friends, because I have a lot of lifelong friends that I've had since preschool and kindergarten, but she lived on my block and we've been friends since we were 4 years old. She loves Elvis Presley like nobody you've ever seen. In fact, she's over in Graceland right now. If I showed you, she has a shrine to Elvis Presley in her house, and she was never that. It only happened... When did it happen? It happened just recently in the last few years, and she is devoted to him. It's just crazy. But anyway, where was I going with this? Oh, that when I told her that I had a YouTube channel, she said, Carolyn, really? You're so shy. You were so shy. But I started to come out of my shyness at the very end of my senior year. But yes, I was very shy. So yeah, you can come out of that. It's never too late, Sandra. I remember the first time I had to talk in front of the school board. I was shaking like a freaking leaf. Okay, and that was after my senior year, but doing the public speaking, I was freaking. And we were online and there were some nurses and I said, oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. And she said, don't be. To talk to this whole auditorium of people. And then, and that's when I was vice president of the PTA and did all stuff like that, but then to address the whole everybody at this school board thing. But it was very nerve-wracking. Now I'm not nervous with stuff like that, so don't worry about it. He'll be up, Jason. You know what Space Cat said last night? He said, if I tell you I'm going to be somewhere, I'll be there. Don't ever count me out. He said that. If I give him my word, I'm going to be there tomorrow night, and he did give me his word. He said, I'm going to be there. I don't let people down. You guys all heard that, right? Hi, Heather Snoopy. He doesn't let people down. If he gives you his word, it's like currency. You could take it to the bank. Don't worry, you're not going to be up here with me alone. And if you don't feel comfortable, we can have Scooter come up and she can sit with us as a go-between. Aren't you lucky that I came out of that? Yeah, I used to be terribly shy. And sometimes when you're shy, people take it that you're stuck up and snooty and all that stuff, you know? But really, you're just shy. Was it Harper Valley PTA? No, but we did have our scandals. Oh boy, I had some scandal. Oh my gosh. Oh boy, we had some scandals in that PTA. Ethan and Luke are both picked up the guitar. Would you believe that? Like, we never pushed the guitar on them. And when Ethan came home from college, he was already playing some songs, and now Luke took some guitar lessons in school, but then now he's playing, what is he playing? Broken Window Serenade by and he's singing, and Luke is singing. Ethan's got a really good voice too. But he was just playing the guitar. I really want, you know what I want? I told Ethan, learn Father and Son by Cat Stevens. I think that would be great for them to play. But Luke sings like crazy. He's not at all shy about like singing. You never let anyone down because all of you are my family and crafting me. Oh, that's nice, Aaron. Hi, Zigzag. You leave your dogs. Yeah, you're unlocked. If you live in an area where you're like really comfortable with that, and then yeah, you would be really surprised. Just like we don't have like, knock on wood, porch pirates or things like that take your items. Like we could leave our items, and we have cameras all over, so they would be caught. But even prior to the cameras, we don't get stuff stolen and stuff. Hey, Gia, how are you? How's it going? Want to call in? Want to call in? You've always loved that song? Your mom was feisty? What song is that? The Father and Son, your mom was feisty? Gia, the guy was licking his chops today when I walked in to get that roast beef. You want to call in right now? I'll send you the link, but I don't know if she's saying she wants to call. I think she's saying she's doing well. I don't know if she wants to call in. She probably has to go to work. She probably has to go to work in the morning, right? How's the cat? Okay, let's see. We're waiting for our guests, Jason Scared, to come up. So, where do you think Nancy Guthrie is, Gia? You think they're ever going to find her? Friday you can join? Okay. He was charging me more money, yeah. He was licking his chops when I was coming in there. You're making coffee? Okay. No problem. Get your coffee. So cute now. He sleeps on your legs. What about Roman? What happened to Roman? Roman got kicked out? Roman's chopped liver now? Is he chopped liver now? Do you know that expression, chopped liver? Hopefully they can find her. Do you think she's alive? You think she's alive, Gia? They loved each other from the baby gate? Yeah, but doesn't Roman sleep with you? Oh, okay. All right. You don't know chopped liver? That's another one. If you say, what am I, chopped liver? It means like if somebody's treating okay, imagine like Roman saying, great, Mom, now you're looking at that new cat. What am I, chopped liver? Okay, then that's going to be chopped liver. Chopped liver is not something good. Scooter likes liver, but most people don't. And chopped liver is not good. Right, Scooter? Explain chopped liver to Gia, that expression. What am I, chopped liver?
Oh, that means somebody that most people don't want. They
See?
just push it away
See, if I said to
or
Scooter, you're not
overlook
happy
it.
to see me, what am I, chopped liver? But
Yeah,
Scooter
but
likes
I love
liver,
chopped
so
liver.
she'd
I,
be
I
like,
love
oh
it.
yeah,
Yeah,
great. Oh yeah, you are chopped liver. Yeah.
I love it. It's an appetizer. I love it.
Licking but she goes like this. He was licking the chops, and I'm like, no, licking his chops. Oh, okay.
Was you all's dinner good the other night?
Yeah, but Gio liked my dinner, and she
What
kept
was
saying,
it?
"Can I got the eggplant parmesan?" I asked them if they made the eggplant there because I won't get eggplant parmesan if like they get it like the cutlets that are already, like frozen or whatever. And they said they made it there and they make it with the flour. They don't put the breadcrumbs. I said, okay, my mother made it like that. And then she is like, that sounds really good. And I said, well, what are you getting some? And she says, no. And then she saw mine. And she's like, oh, that looks good. And then, can I have some? I'm like, sure. And then she's like, can I have some more? And I said, sure. And I've got you some mushroom coffee, Gia, and a little mushroom scoop. I mean, a mushroom coffee scoop, a wooden one, and you can keep it. Isn't that nice of me?
Oh yeah.
I'm such a nice mother. I'm the best mother-in-law, right, Gia? She says she's the best daughter-in-law, but then I must be the best mother-in-law, right, Gia?
I'm sure you
best.
are.
The best.
You guys get along great.
We do.
I've witnessed that.
Oh, here comes. I don't know who this is. Who do you
Is
think
that
it is?
Jason now?
I think it's
It's
Space. Is that Jason or
I
Space?
hope we got.
Oh, it's Space.
Yeah, I hope we got.
Well,
I hope
Jason
we
was
have
scared until you called in. He wasn't going to call in.
Hi, Space.
All right. Well, I hope he's calling in because I
He's
saw him
here.
in the
Well,
chat.
Yeah, he's in the chat. He's just
he's
waiting for
here.
you. He said you
He's
were late.
waiting.
You were supposed to pre-send him the email so he could get in.
I
Send him the
did pre
email already?
I did pre-send him the email, boss.
Okay.
Hey, Space, I was
Well,
missing you. I said you kind of grew on me.
all right. Well, it's hard. I do have a certain detailed style that takes me maybe 5 minutes to answer a 2-minute answer. So that's just part of my personality. I don't know. I always
That's
expand my
okay.
answers. So
That's
people just
okay.
have to kind of learn to deal with that. I can improve on it, but it's a problem. Anyway,
Are you an only
yeah.
child?
No,
Oh no, you're the youngest.
nope,
Oh,
no,
He's
I'm
You're the oldest.
nope.
middle
You're in
child.
the middle. You got to be in the middle.
Yep, that's what's left. There you go.
Okay.
And you live in Oklahoma.
Texas.
Oh,
Hmm.
I was close. He's got a Texas sounding voice.
I thought it sounded like random guys Jeff, and that was Missouri.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
you
know.
thought Missouri.
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sounded like somebody, Jeff. It just
Well,
sounded
he
like.
sounds like my niece who grew up in Oklahoma and lives in California as well. So to me, he has that little bit of an Oklahoma, California sound on the end of his words. So I don't know. It's an unusual sound to me.
Yes, it's. Yeah, I think my accent has sort of changed over my lifetime some because it used to have less of a Texan flavor. At least, people was surprised that I would talk to like over the phone or something and then they would find out I was from Texas and they wouldn't hear it. So I do think I got more of a drawl slang or.
Have you lived your whole
than
life in Texas?
Yeah, I've lived here, so nothing. I don't know why. Yeah, and I do hear it now in my voice much more than I did as I recall younger. Anyway, I guess it grows on you.
Yeah.
All I could do.
Yeah.
But
Jason, we coming? Are you? Jason was just
Come
making
on,
a cup of coffee.
Jason.
He said, "Hi,
yeah,
Heather
he better
CB."
be calling in.
No, he's calling in. He sent me an email last night. He said he was very sorry he had tech issues.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's out here in the chat.
He apologized, and he is in the chat, but he was
Yes.
like, "Hi, Cheryl, how
Well,
are you?"
I
You
hope
felt-
that he not only that, but I hope he listened to our conversation. I mean, that's the
here he
least
is.
you
Here
could
he
do.
is.
Yeah. So.
Here he is. We can find out if he listened. He'll get demerits if he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, Brian got an F. Brian Eaton
Brian got an F minus. I know. He's got very bad. Yeah.
And Nancy, who I find is the biggest hyperbole of the whole grouping of reporters. She got a A plus.
A plus. She got an A plus. Yeah, I know. I tried to tell her. I tried.
Normally,
hey, A plus.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she was.
Normally, I'd give her. Yeah.
I'm trying to come in.
Okay, you're in, Jason. You're here.
Yeah, you're here, Jason.
Can you hear us?
So
I do hear you.
Okay, and we can hear you, so it's all good.
Yeah. Welcome.
So did you review our did you review Carolyn's and my conversation last night?
Awkward pause.
Oh, Jason? Where are you?
He's like, oh.
Looks like he faded in and out there.
Can you hear us, Jason?
Jason James?
Maybe he's got to mute something to get down to one device. Sometimes when you first call in, you've got an echo or
maybe, yeah.
Where your audio gets swallowed down the well, maybe.
People in the chat, how's the audio? Is it all good for everybody? No echoes?
I don't hear Jason anymore.
No, I don't hear
Does
him.
anybody hear
I know,
that?
I don't either. I hear only Carolyn and you, Space.
Yeah. Well, he can call back.
Yeah,
Jason,
maybe try to call back if you can't get your sound going, Jason. Because we heard you for a minute.
What does it say on there on his audio, Carolyn?
It says, I think he's connected. Let me see.
Purdy said sound is good.
Okay. Yeah,
Sandra said it's good. B Lady said it's good.
But Jason is not talking though.
Yeah,
right
I know.
Now, right?
Jason, can you hear us? If you can hear us, we can't hear you. Hi, Amy.
Jason. Hi,
Amy. Or check. Got to get him to check the chat and make it, if you can read the chat, Jason.
Obviously, he's doing something.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
we can go on and be patient, but we got to let him know anyway. Did somebody tell him in the
somebody
chat
somebody told him in the chat. Jason, are you okay? We can't hear you, Jason.
All right. Yeah, just so he knows we actually can't hear him, because it won't do any good if you just say something else to him. He's got to know we can't hear him.
Oh, see, he's
Uh-oh.
probably going to come back in again. I bet you.
Yeah, he'll be back.
Either that or he's
Okay.
pissed and he's gone.
He's- yeah, Jason. Jason. If you didn't, listen to me last night, then you have to go back and listen to the whole show right now on 4 times speed before you can come back in. Yeah. Let's hope he's not doing that.
No. So you got a couple cats?
Hey, I see 4.
What?
You're white. Oh no. Okay. All right. All right. So did Jason respond in there that he's calling back in?
He'll come back in. He's probably going to try it again, I bet.
Okay, Jason. Let's see.
I wonder if he tried
Come
something
back.
different with his tech. He might have tried to do an enhancement, and that's
Yeah.
why it's not working.
Is he a gamer? Because it looked like he had quite a setup.
I don't know what he is. Somebody thought he was law enforcement, but he said he wishes.
Oh, okay.
Come back in, Jason. I don't see him responding or anything. Even
Oh, here
in
he
the
comes.
chat,
Here he comes. Here he comes.
So, okay.
All right. See how this works. Hi,
Did I-
Jason.
Did I make it in?
Yeah, we can hear
Yep.
you now.
Yep.
Goodness gracious.
Are you trying out some new equipment or something?
I had some problems with my computer last night, and I had to take a bunch of stuff apart and put it back together, and yeah. So, but I think I got it figured out now.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I apologize to everyone.
You just want us to miss you.
No, not at
Well,
all. But I did hear
Here's the-
I did hear the last thing that Space Cat said, and I wanted to let everybody know, and that's actually everybody in the chat as well, that I did listen to almost all of yesterday's video. And then I was reviewing the comments in the chat as we were going along, and I was just cracking up, you guys. You guys had me cracking
They
up.
thought you were on a date.
Oh, it was so funny.
Yeah.
And I see the little ones come in here and there, and I'd be chuckling as I listened along, and it was great. So I got to listen to it all, and I was glad to see that you came on live tonight, because I didn't know that was going to happen, and I had sent you. I think
I'm live almost every night. I mean, it's a rarity. If I'm not, it usually means I don't have power or electricity or something. Yeah.
But I could hear Space Gap doing his usual eloquent self,
Mm-hmm.
and it sounded great. And so I was able to follow along with everything. And I think I'm ready to go. I've got coffee that's been made, full pot. I think we're ready to go.
Okay.
Space Cat, how are
Alrighty.
you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing great, and I see you're doing fine now that you got your technical issues cleared out. So we're all set to embark. And
I wanted to ask real quickly, because I came across someone today that was on a channel that had called in, and they sounded exactly like you. So I wanted to ask, did you do a call-in today?
that would be
Somewhere else?
interesting to that would be fascinating what channel that was, because I didn't call in. So,
Okay.
but you know what? Let me tell you, I have participated on X before, not in recent. Oh, I'm getting some feedback
Yeah,
now.
I just heard
Somebody
It's
somebody
gone
doesn't
now.
have their mute button. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, so I've been in what they're called spaces, and I got kind of infamous or famous, or not in any huge numbers or anything like that, but enough that some techie guy liked my voice, and then he started replicating it everywhere in this certain subject area. So I've had people take my voice and then put it into AI
Really?
and start saying a bunch of stuff. Yes. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It is.
Yeah.
Well, I actually do think you got a great voice. I can see why they would do that. It's very personable.
Well, I don't know about that, but that's even at least even a year ago, people have started doing that. But so yeah,
Really? Why?
yeah, people have because are you kidding? You just go look at YouTube and look at all the AI people that are
What were you
copying
saying a
that.
year ago?
But I
What were
mean,
you saying?
why
Like,
would
what
they
did you
pick
say?
you? Why would they pick you? That's crazy. I
He's
like your
got that
voice. It's
voice.
really
He's got that
calming. It's
southern
a
voice.
calming voice. Right,
Well,
Jason?
He's got that southern calming voice. I think,
Yeah, he does.
a lot of people, and I spent a lot of time on the phone talking to many people across much of the states, the lower 48 states, and the people that were in the South, and I'm not saying that you're from the South, but I would say that people who had a Southern type of drawl, they always came off as very professional and gentlemanly on the phone, and their wives were just like that too. So I always liked speaking with people that were in the Bible Belt.
well, anyway, yeah, it's great to. I don't know why that came up. Oh, because you were that came up because you said you heard somebody just like me today, and I'm going, but yeah, just I was not calling into anybody, and but if you hear somebody that talks like me, and it's worth mentioning where I'd listen to what they had to say if it was useful to something said. But yeah, I'm just saying people are out there though, for pranks, and it was, in my case, it was used a lot for comedy, for the well, anyway, just if you so. But in other cases though, that the comedy went like way too far,
Oh,
like
really?
they
So
were making up stuff.
Making
They
fun
were
of you.
they were making up stuff I never said, so it
And
made
I see, I put you
and it
called my Apple Watch stupid, but that was true though.
yeah. Well, and I mean in this in this case though, it was, it became degrading, and it
Oh,
wasn't
that's not
funny,
fun.
even though
That's not good.
yeah,
No, it's not.
No.
yeah.
So
So
today,
but
I
Hi,
was going to say,
Terry. You know,
I was going to
can I just say one thing? I
sure.
want to say three things that I heard today. I heard Nancy Grace say she was interested or wanted to know why helicopters were flying a route from Nancy's house into Mexico and back with the Mariposa, or it was a Mariposa Sheriff's Office. Did anybody hear that? That's then you can answer in a
yeah,
second. Then the next one,
Yeah.
I'm going to give you three things, and then you can talk. Okay. The next one I heard was that some lady called into some show, and she said she had a really offbeat theory, and she thought that she said that could Tommaso have had an affair? Listen to this one, with the staff. Did anybody hear that Nancy fired
oh God, yeah,
someone? Did you
I
hear
heard
this
that
one? Oh, you
affair.
heard that one? You
I
heard
heard
that?
it.
Okay.
God,
I
yes.
did.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Then now you can talk. I was just going to mention those things if anybody wants to elaborate on any of
I've
those.
never heard that one.
Okay.
Well, we can certainly be, before we do though, I would say that if anyone has questions in the chat, if anyone wants to engage from the chat or has questions as we go along, if those questions could be pulled up, that would be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. You
Just
put
so
a
it's
bunch of
really
question
interactive.
marks in front of them and type all in caps. It'll stand out. Put emojis and then all in caps. Type your questions all in caps so we can see them easy.
And I don't mind if I'm interrupted. So if I'm in the middle saying something and you say there's a question and then you read what it is, I certainly don't mind that. And if I lose my train of thought, hopefully someone
You'll
else
get
will
it back.
remind me. Yeah. But I certainly can discuss starting with the first topic that you brought up if you would like. But Space Cat might also want to talk about that as well, about the following of the signal supposedly down to Mexico.
Well, I'll just comment really quickly about it, and then you can go on as long as you want. And I will be quick on that. I mean, to me, there's apparently there was a triangulation route taken, or whatever, And I assume these are people just looking at FAA radar maps, something you can do nowadays. And so all I can say is I just hope the helicopters landed at somewhere at that point to go from point A to point B. They were picking something up or whatever. As far as tracing something and taking a triangulation route, and a signal tracking, I don't know. I mean, have they got a cell phone thing? Because it's not a Bluetooth. You're not going to fly down tracking a Bluetooth signal. That technology is going to require a lot closer range. So the only thing I can figure is, do they have some tracking cell phone technology they have in the helicopter would be if you're trying to track somebody. But I don't know. None of it. Well, anyway, we don't know nobody knew whether the helicopter landed or not. And nobody, one guy had some idea, and she's always a drama queen. That's a good word for Nancy. She likes to create drama out of nothing sometimes, and one guy that's the expert that he rescues hostages around the world. That she likes to make him real famous for rescuing people all around the world. She uses him as an expert to comment, and he thought they were just transporting people. That was his idea, and she got it. She pretended to be all disappointed in him and get upset with him. It's one of her drama scenes she created out of it. Anyway, that's all I got.
What was your take on why she found that upsetting?
Well, because she wants it to be something very meaningful, and just transporting passengers isn't good enough for her. I mean, it's got to be something, dramatic, and we're taking her time on her show, and, because she's going to create drama out of nothing. I mean, it's just like, to me, it's like talking about the utility box down the street, which had nothing to do with the outage. Anyway, yeah.
So did you find, and this is just what my take was, but I wanted to see if this was what your take was as well, that they were searching for the signal that was from the pacemaker?
Yeah, I don't think that they can do that. That they were moving fast. The way I understand the whole scenario is this was a transportation thing. In other words, they were flying at normal speed, down wherever they went. So that's why I was wondering, they may be tracking some other kind of signal, like maybe, like as I mentioned in this an example, maybe some cell phone signal thing, or maybe some tracking. Maybe they were tracking someone with a tracking device, a tracing device.
Sure.
I don't think remember the Bluetooth on a pacemaker doesn't work if you have to, unless you're down very low, which tends to be even below radar height, and you have to sit there for 3 minutes at least just to get the signal in the area. So if you're traveling down a highway at normal height, or even fairly low, but still up, anyway, the pacemaker takes forever, right? You got to go one spot ahead, and then maybe you can go 500 feet forward, then you have to stop and wait, and then you go another 500 feet. The way I understood the whole thing was they're on a normal course of normal speed. Now that's something though that's I'm glad I hate to say it, but even though we've taken this much time to talk about it, I wouldn't have thought of this until now. I just thought of it. We could get a really good idea what's going on by reviewing that radar track and seeing how fast the helicopter was going. That would tell you everything. You know what I mean?
That's why I was asking.
We could find out if they're tracking a car that way, some vehicle, because it's going to slow down to the speed of the vehicle for, it's going to be much slower than its normal speed. So you could find out that way just by looking at the radar information and the speeds the helicopter flew out, and then you would be able to figure out what it was doing.
Because presumably she was transported in a vehicle.
Anyway, that's
So
an interesting way to.
Yeah, the reason why I think there's some relevance there is that I do think that this ties back into what we were most recently discussing, and that was that. So we again are, faced with the fact that we have this porch perp who has a Mexican carry. And now we see that when they're trying to track a potential signal, they're not going north, they're not going east, and they're not going west. They're going south, and they're going toward Mexico. And I'm not going to say this person's name, but everybody knows the most credible reporter that's on the beat right now, the one with gray hair. And he just put a short out saying that he was interviewing someone, and that person was basically saying that it's looking more and more like a Mexican connection. And I personally feel that, the more that I look at this, the more that I can see that it would be something like that.
Mm-hmm. That's what I've been saying too, yeah.
It just doesn't have a feel that, especially, when we talked the other night about how someone evolves to carry a gun a certain way and how they have a comfort to carry it that way and how they have this habit goes along with them where it becomes second plate. It's muscle memory almost. You get used to that. And if anybody wanted to say, well, he was just faking that to fake out the cameras in case any of the cameras saw him. It just looked like it was a Mexican kid, like he was Mexican. He just did. I don't believe that would be the case because I don't think he believed he was being filmed that when he came up on the porch. I just don't think that he thought that he was. He didn't act like he thought that he was. And it almost strikes me as if to say that his comfort level was almost as if he had went through the camera system before, whether it was in the front or the back, and there was nothing that came of it. And whether that was, whether it got converted into, people were thinking, the wildlife images that, no one actually checked and followed up on because they were so commonplace. But whatever the case, just going back to this Mexican connection, the fact that when we think about the USD in the letter, that particular language was brought up, which could be taken both ways, but it certainly could be taken as if it was someone that was from out of our country that wrote that. So,
yeah. Well, the other thing I would just say about you're talking about the Mexican carry again thing. I still believe this guy is going to be found out to be left-handed, and see, that's going to be a lot easier to find the suspect. I'm really curious if Luke is left-handed or some of these whoever's left-handed. I think they're going to highly focus on that person, and that was something I noticed today because I was going back. I'm really disappointed in the FBI with one thing here today. That they're getting an F- on this one. They should be out in social media and putting up their videos everywhere. And I just found it insane and inexcusable. So whoever's out here listening to this connected to the FBI, you better get on your social media channel for YouTube and put up all the surveillance video of porch guy or Mexican carry guy, whatever you want to call it. Because you've only got one original video that was put up on YouTube that's a terrible one, and you don't even have the still images up there in that account on your FBI channel. What's going on? Because I wanted to get the video direct from there and not have to go look at it over at X. All right, so they got better stuff over on X, and they have the shitty video over on YouTube, where it should be on YouTube, because YouTube's the video place and the image place more than X is. Anyway, it's a FBI, get the hook. God, get your stuff together, man. So they, but I was looking at the porch guy again, and today I noticed another reason why he's left-handed, because when he comes up onto the foyer or whatever you call it, isn't something like that called a foyer where you
Yeah,
sort of
I know they
enter?
call it the porch. I mean, here, like a porch is very different
Yeah,
than that. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, right. But anyway, when he comes into that entranceway there, uh, you'll notice as he's getting closer, and just after he steps up, he stabilizes the pistol with his left hand, and he holds it there for a while. So he's using that left hand like the main primary usefulness thing, in the sense that he went down and grabbed the plant matter with his left hand. He was using it to grab it, twist it, manipulate it. The right hand was used in a more passive way with the plant matter. And then and the reason why I think he's used his right hand up there at the thing, because that's to the right, the mounting hardware, and he needed to just tap it lightly. He was trying to get it to break loose or move loose or something, and then he put the plant matter there. But that's just because it's to his right, I think, rather than step way over and use his left hand. But anyway, all that to say that he does use his left hand to hold and stabilize the pistol for a few steps before he lets go of it. Now I know people have said that that he's got it positioned so you would draw it from the right, but I just think he's putting it there to stabilize and get into place too. That he can't. In my opinion, there's no way he can draw that pistol out and fire it with what he's wearing in the gloves he's got on. Mm-hmm. So I don't see that the placement of how he's got the gun in there is mattering at that point. But that's, and to me that is a bit odd too, that he does have it flipped around the wrong way, because I'm saying he is going to be left-handed, and yet he has it flipped the other way, wrong for right-handed. But at the same time, I don't think he can fire the gun. He can't lift that out and manipulate it safely and pull the trigger with those gloves on. Anyway.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
But I would like to know if that helicopter landed on the trip, and did anybody? You see, I just, some of these streamers, they'll pick up on stuff like this, and they'll actually follow the flight path. So that way, if you're the researcher, you really want to know what the hell that helicopter's doing, we need to find the guy, or maybe you can replay the day. Maybe this FAA or whatever site, you can replay all the traffic for so many hours. You've got to be able to do that with the government for a while. So I assume somebody really interested in this helicopter trip would need to find out what speeds the helicopter flew at, and also, did it land at some point?
Well, presumably it would have landed. It would have to have landed. The question is if it just went on a return route, and or if it landed somewhere and stayed where it landed. Which one way.
See, somebody said it took a train. Yeah, somebody said it took a triangular route. Okay, so what I'm understanding by that is that it went from Tucson down to the border, and then somewhere from the border back up to Phoenix. And then back to Tucson from Phoenix. That's where the triangle comes from. But if anybody knows how to do that, we should. I mean, come on, there's supposed to be sleuths and all that.
Yeah.
I've done a lot of backtracking and checking stuff. I've verified, if you were listening to my audio yesterday, Jason, and anybody else who questions the timeline for ransom payments and how that lines up with the family's messaging. And to me, once I found that stuff up, that to me 100% validates the ransom is real, tied into tied into the actual perpetrator when you look at that timeline, because it's
So
like perfectly timed.
I did listen to it. I did listen to it. And another thing one of the things I think that we really didn't heavily discuss, but should need to be discussed, because it could point us in the direction that may or may not be within our country. So, for example, would you think that by now, based on the AI capabilities the FBI has, that since we have a very good, direct, precise reading of the pupil distance between this perp's eyes, that we could take this information and say, for example, if we just say, okay, we're going to plug in the variables that are going to be the distance between pupils, it's going to be height, so it operates height within a certain range, and let's just say it's going to choose hair color, so it's going to go with those 3 variables. Now, I don't think it could go by ethnicity, because I don't think a driver's license is going to have ethnicity. But I do want to say, just from those 3 variables, those would be listed on your driver's license. And so what I'm asking is that, do you think the FBI has that ability that with those 3 variables that they could run through every DMV in the nation and come to a conclusion about potential matches?
Yeah, I did hear that, and I agree. And you know, with the AI, you think that they would have something, and with the facial recognition, right?
Right.
Well, and I do have to say one other thing too before I forget, relating to this video and the eye identification and all that, is that I did see, like, my complaint with the FBI today with their stupid YouTube channel, which is ridiculous that they don't have all their photos and videos up for anything to do with Guthrie on the YouTube. So I hope they're hearing me complain again in an F- grade to fix that. But the other thing I noticed in the video that they even put up there, they didn't even put up the entire video. So, you know, there's this approaching video where the guy's taking a few steps off the side of the sidewalk approaching the house. So it's, you know, that is critical. They all say that some expert was saying that somewhere I came across, I don't remember where it was because I watch a lot of stuff, but that the way the person moves and walks is critical to identification. So why does the FBI have the first second or 2 of this guy approaching the patio area without even showing that? You know, they edited that piece of video. They don't even have the whole thing up. But anyway, yeah, that's what I'm saying. And that made me think that, yes, they have more video, at least longer time frames, than what we may have even seen. They may have clipped the video short, edited it short. There's a high likelihood, in my opinion, based on what I saw on the YouTube channel, that maybe they're not showing us a few more seconds at the beginning or end, or the tail end of stuff they did recover, and they're holding that back for whatever reason. That I can't think of a good reason why, but anyway, no, yeah. And
So
then let me comment about the eye thing real quick too.
Yeah.
Identification. I heard somebody say that they have there should be well, you know, there's these commercial software things too. You know, it's not just, you don't have to worry about driver's license and DMV. There is a reverse image thing, and somebody's postulating out there that, I don't know whether this is a database the government has, but you know, there's especially out of this country where you don't have the privacy rights that we have here, to maybe a little bit bigger degree than I mean, all that's disappearing with the video camera coverage everywhere. But you know, there are these commercial software companies, I don't remember the names, maybe Palantir is one I've heard, but you know, and the Israelis are supposedly extremely advanced on this. And I would just imagine that there is some super software out there already well beyond what law enforcement has. And this is picking up imagery from around the world too that's being put in. So And then the thing that I heard is that if you get enough detail on the person's face, they're not just identifying by irises. Apparently, just things like a little wrinkle on a certain part of your skin, on your face. Apparently, wrinkles and little marks. Obviously, mole marks or freckle marks or whatever. All these are like fingerprints. So, if they can't do that now, it sure won't be long. So this person, I guess, better be invisible for a while because I bet if they can't do it right now, they're going to be able to do it pretty soon. Even retroactively go back and look. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I was wondering about, because they can even, for example, look at the outline of the eye, which is very distinctive. And particularly in this case, it's very distinctive. It almost looks as if this perp has a large head. It just looks like a large skull. And I know there's got to be something underneath that he's probably wearing to throw off the exact shape, of his skull.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah. One thing about his eyes that everybody notices and everybody comments on, especially people that want to see more effeminate features, because they're tricked out by the face mask on his eyebrows, which to me they're not realizing that the face mask itself is outlining the eyebrows is very feminine, so the eyebrows could be much wider than what it appears. But another comment that I hear all the time is that the eyes are possibly more effeminate. And then I did learn one thing today or yesterday or something that's interesting, because I've always wondered about this. I was thinking that all these actors from Hollywood were getting some kind of plastic surgery, eye surgery, to make their eyes wider and more shaped, where their eyeballs are much bigger than what Hollywood actors and people used to look like. Like if you go back 20 years, I think they've developed some techniques to make their eyeballs bigger and more shapely than they used to be. I mean, that's something to me that I've noticed very pronounced, especially with women. And so then I just learned that there's this technique that women use with makeup to enlarge their eyes by putting some type of a strip under their eyelids, and it sticks in between your eyelid and I guess your lower skin anyway, that hugs the bone above where your eyebrow is. That tape goes in there and it's hidden, and that lifts your eyelid up. So somebody was speculating that this person has lifted their eyelids too. I know who it was. It's a channel that starts with Monk, but he came up with that idea. But this person, whoever this perpetrator is, you will notice these eyes are much more rounded and bigger eyeballs than normal, and they're sort of lifted, so they're more rounded in shape. And I'm just going to tell you something creepy, that every time I see those eyes, and it can't be the person because they would have already caught them. I mean, they've already would have, or they're good. Well, anyway, they would have caught them if it was. But some people insist that this could be a woman too, or a trans person or something. And and the thing that freaks me out with these eyes is if you go look at Luke's mother's interview. Now, she has a very unusual head and eye placement, and it just creeps me out. That to me, she has a very similar eye structure and spacing and head that way, just with the eyes. I'm not saying I've never concluded that she's that person. All right, I just want to say that, but there is something creepy about that. So what I'm getting at is maybe it's somebody with her kind of structure like that is creating that. I'm just curious if anybody would go back and watch that interview with her and see what I'm getting at with that, because that. And then I'll just add one other thing with that, and on this is that the Hispanic idea, going back to that, but also you look at a lot of Middle Eastern people who can have those kind of eye things, you know, like Jason's saying, kind of the eyelid, the eyelashes. You have that sort of dark line.
Like the guy
in
that
there.
was in Dubai or wherever he was, because I thought he looked kind of like that, him too. I said, wow. And then he hasn't been here since 2018, right? Or 2019.
Well, but see, now that's another thing I should add right now. It's a good thing you mentioned that, because that's just an internet rumor, right? So here we go again. And these people lie all over their Facebooks and everything, okay? So that could just be total BS. There's no verification I've seen anywhere that shows he's in Jordan. All right? Just somebody says it on Facebook, ha, ha, ha. People lie and put up all kinds of fake stuff on Jordan. So if you think that guy could not be lying and he's really in Jordan, give me a break. That's incredible. You're incredibly gullible.
Right.
So that needs to be verified. It needs to be verified where he really is. Verification. So this again,
there was an article. Remember, there was that article. They said that he wrote in and said, you know, I can't take this. You guys are doing this, and I haven't been here since 2019. And it supposedly came from him, and who knows?
So,
I know, but you don't believe somebody that could just straight up be lying.
Right,
right,
right, exactly. But you would think that you would think the FBI followed up on it, right?
Yeah, Luke straight up lied on camera multiple times with his attorney there, and you know, in front of the whole audience. Give me a break.
Right.
These criminals lie straight up. You know, I'm sorry,
right.
That you can't.
Probably though, if we were to really be honest, and if everybody were to look in the mirror, probably we all have lied at some point in our lives. I mean, so it's the real question is, what is the severity of the things that we lie about? You know, because everybody does the white lies, right? And
do I look fat in this dress? No, that looks great, right? Yeah, okay.
But I wanted to. Was there a question in the chat? Because I wanted to bring up. Okay, go ahead.
No, we were just just still on this about the eye recognition, because I think it is important. But
that's what I wanted to talk about more. Was so, for example, when we think about the distance between the pupils and the shape of the eyes, which are very distinctive, and I do agree, a person could say that it does have a Middle Eastern appearance as well. I do agree with that. But my point about that is, so when we think about the capabilities of the FBI in particular, that one of the first things that you would think that they would do, just as a matter of investigation, is at least right away run through all the DMV faces in Arizona. Like, that would be the first thing you do, is go to the DMV and you say, okay, we need to run everything that we've got, every face that's on file, and we need to, check against that. And in my opinion, I mean, obviously they would do the inmates as well. So they would run through those faces as well, because they obviously all have photo IDs. And so they would run those as well. But where I'm going with this is that it wouldn't take that long, especially if you were using AI, that you would exhaust your database of faces, because there's only so many faces that are going to match those particular eyes. So, because it's not a real common eye set, and the eye shape is not real common, because, for example, a lot of our country tends to be European, and those don't look like European eyes. They just don't, in my opinion, anyway. But long story short, that if they exhausted the database in Arizona, well, then the next logical thing that they would do is start expanding out to other states. And eventually, I mean, you would have to do the exhaustive search just out of due diligence. You'd have to do all those states. You'd have to do every single face that you could get your hands on in every single database.
Yeah, but that would also be really difficult if the person was from Mexico. They wouldn't be in any database if
I
they.
was getting there.
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
building.
yeah.
I was going in that direction. You're funny. You read my mind. Anyway, so the reason why I'm bringing all this up is the fact that if they went through all the databases, they went through all the states, and they didn't get any hits that are producing an arrest that, such that we can see that's been evident to us, it does imply that it is out of the country. I mean, that is what is implied.
Right.
Well,
You would think
okay.
they have the power right now that they would be able to. Now, it isn't. Now, before you jump in, I just wanted to say, Space Cat, that isn't to say that there is a certain population of people here in the United States who may exist but don't have photo IDs on file. Because certainly there are people like that.
Oh yeah.
And and even maybe undocumented people
Correct.
in our country who don't have any photo ID on file at all. So if you ran everything that you could through all your databases, you still couldn't be 100% certain that you covered everyone. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there. But yeah, go ahead, Space Cat.
Well, just to add one thing, that if this person does cross the border at times, then that's maybe not as a good sign for them long term or medium term or maybe even shorter term on some level. Because one thing that Brian Denton discovered when he was down there on the border town right there is that the way the Mexicans, the border looks like it's wide open there when you drive in. You can just drive in and you don't even see police there at times or whatever. But one thing he said was that not only just when you cross the border, but when you're in that town, there is a lot of security footage. In other words, the Mexican government they are like Big Brother, at least on the border there, with a lot of video capture. So then obviously if they're trying to monitor things third party sort of through the video cameras, and they got a lot of footage you could go through. And maybe a lot more because they have less rights there, right? So if that observation that Brian made is accurate, then that person's been picked up on video security footage down. They ought to be sure covering that in that on those border towns, getting access to that however they need to. And since they have less rights down there, I would think it'd be easier access, more cooperation with the FBI. Get it? We need to find that out, how accurate that reporting is with Brian. But that's something I haven't heard anybody else discuss before or since, except everybody goes with this idea that if you're from Mexico, you got a lot less chance. But that may not be true. Based on this thing that Brian was saying.
Right.
And
that's what I had brought up was that piece that he just did. He just put that out too.
Well, what I'm talking about was something he did weeks ago. When he went to the border, he talks about that as far as just this with the video camera stuff. So if he brought that up again, are you saying he brought that same idea up again today?
And was interviewing someone who basically affirmed that there's a Mexican connection and the Mexican connection is likely.
Well, yeah.
It's as close as short. It's as close as short.
Specifically, he didn't talk about the video capture, though, like I am, that he talked about before.
That's
when
correct.
You say the Mexican. Yeah. Okay. All right. But I'm just saying, people out here that are listening to this or whatever, yeah, there is way more video capture apparently down on the border, maybe more so than what the U.S. government does, because we definitely know there's a big difference between the border guards. So incoming into Mexico is way less frequent. Sometimes they're not even there, and you just drive in. But the point is that they're taking care of that with a huge coverage on video security cameras and stuff. So, yeah, so there could be way more access down there. And then, of course, the other big thing just relating to this idea of people going back and forth to the border is that Jen Coffinduffer lady or whatever, she's making some big deal out of it today, talking about it and everything about setting up billboards on the way on border roads to cross the border. Anybody going south across the Mexican border, they're going to put up billboards
Is she doing
of
a
the
GoFundMe?
perpetrator.
Is she doing a GoFundMe for that?
I don't know, but they're going to put up billboards of the picture of the perpetrator, so they think they're going to, catch them maybe that way. So
Okay.
that's another thing pointing south.
Another thing
So.
that I feel points south is that when we think about when we last spoke, it was verified that if you set up a wallet, a Bitcoin wallet, that it was 100% traceable. And so if you were going to do a ransom, and if we just thought about this logically, if you were going to try to do a ransom and you were going to use the Bitcoin method to pull it off, and you thought that you were going, because you'd already know that this is going to become an FBI thing just by kidnapping somebody and putting a ransom letter out there. You already know that there's going to be massive amounts of investigation on top of it just to find out, who it is. So with that level of detail, someone would think to themselves, if I try to pull this caper off in the United States, they're going to be on me so quickly that there's really no way that I can evade them to any great degree. Meaning, for example, that if they tried it in any certain location in the United States, that if they've got the antenna up, so to speak, to the detectors to pick up anything, that they can get to that location fairly quickly and try to corner that person or corral them in a certain area by triangulation. And so anybody would think that if I tried this ultimately and then I go to collect on the ransom and they see me take the money out of the wallet and they know that that's traceable, they're going to be on me like that. So the only logical conclusion that a person, because you'd be insane to try that in the United States, to think like, okay, I'm going to try and make it happen because my probability of getting caught is very high. However, if I'm in Mexico with Mexican authorities and I happen to take Nancy down there with me, then I could do something like that. And even if they put the little tracer out on the wallet, the Bitcoin wallet, and they go to that level of investigation where they immediately know that it's outside the United States and that it is in Mexico, they're still not going to have the level of coordination and be able to convene on the area as quickly, which if you're in the business of the person who's getting the money, all you want to do is get the money and run and get away quick enough to go and do that. So if you happen to be in a different country, that's much easier for you to do. Because by the time they do get resources together in that particular country, wherever it happens to be, but most likely Mexico, by the time they do and they get in there, you're long gone after that, which that may or may not be the case in the United States. And the other thing too, just to quickly bring it up, is because this person has, and I heard this earlier today, and I thought it was such a great point, and I'm sure others have thought about this as well, that when we think about the distance between his pupils and the very unique shape of his eyes, that most people know their loved ones very well. So much to the degree that probably everybody listening right now who has a brother and sister, if in this chat, that if that person walked up to you with the ski mask on, you'd still know it was your brother and sister, even with the ski mask on, because you know their eyes so well that you know that it's them. You instantly know that it's them. And the reason why that's relevant is because in our society, generally, you come from a family. And if you come from a family, it means that you have a father and a mother and may have children and cousins, and maybe brothers and sisters, people that see you and know you so well that if they saw you in an image on a porch with a ski mask over your eyes, and they would know that it was you. If it was your mother looking at that image and they could see the eyes, they would know that was their son. They would know it. They would instantly know it. They'd be like, "Oh my gosh, that is my son." I have no doubt about it that our recognition is so good between family, that if you see someone's face every single day, or even if it's every week, all you need to see is just those eyes, and that alone, you'll know exactly who that is. And why is this relevant? The reason why it's relevant is because we have a reward out there for $1 million. And what really is being conveyed is that nobody recognizes this person. Nobody recognizes those eyes. And that's kind of weird, because you would think, when we think about family and extended family, that someone would know who this person was. I know who this person looks like. Very clearly I know who it is, but nobody is saying that. Nobody is coming forward with $1 million on the line. So what's the takeaway? The takeaway, they're not from our country. Because if they were from our country, somebody within our country would recognize that face. Now, I know the rebuttal to that would be to say, well, there's lots of people who don't even know about the Guthrie case. Mm-hmm. There's lots of people that don't even know the face of the porch perp. So how would they even link it? Which is a true statement. So that is the rebuttal to it. But I'm just saying that, this is another reason why we do need more information about the face of this person out there on billboards and on the FBI website and all this stuff, galore. Like, this needs to be plastered everywhere. So, because if this person's parents or has siblings and they live here in the United States, somebody's going to recognize those eyes and very distinctive, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, you have to put it way up high on the list that this is some kind of a Latin American connection. It doesn't have to be Mexico. It could be anywhere down there. I would be researching who's committing the crypto crimes down there. If there's a certain nationality where that's that's going to vary from country to country. How common that is because of the gang thing. So, we know there's a very high prevalence of ransom, kidnapping, and payment in these countries, including Mexico. So, yeah, they better be researching that. And also, I would be very curious about the Middle Eastern countries as well, because that guy could have been lying right there that I'm in Jordan, and he's not in Jordan. And right. or he is connected to this thing still, and definitely there's an overseas arm to this. They're not gonna escape from the crypto wallet isn't going to be escaping anywhere from the United States. That's why, to me, this whole thing was timed down, scheduled, and everything had a very logical schedule, planning, and certain rules that are unbendable that to get away with the crime. Maybe ultimately that's why the FBI convinced them not to pay, because although they want to say to the whole world, we could solve this if they just take the crypto wallet, maybe underneath the table they don't want it revealed that it's on this timeline we can't possibly catch this person, or they could. We know the wallet's going to end up in some dead end. Should these people are half smart, it ends up in some abandoned building or warehouse or whatever in some foreign country where Nancy never was, and they've been long gone, or something like that. The trail's going to run cold before they can pick it back up again, and start tracing these people down. But maybe that's the only reason I could think of possibly why the family didn't pay. Because to me, the whole ransom notes and all that's legitimate. It's not fake. And, your logics that you guys were trying to come up with the other day don't work. I've worked through that additionally, and we can go over that if you all still think it could be. I think
anyway. We ransom letter to death, at least until Carolyn and the audience give us a heads up that, let's go back and because seriously, I could go back and pound that all over again, but I don't know that the audience would want it or that Carolyn would, but it is a very fascinating topic.
But I hope nobody's considering that could be fake at this point, and that's why the family didn't pay. But what does make sense though is that they didn't maybe pay in the timeline because the FBI maybe admitted in secret that we got it. We need more time, or we can't do it at this certain position, So anyway, that's still just me continuously speculating why they didn't pay, because to me the whole thing's insane. I mean, even if you had a fraction of a percent of getting her back or tracking these criminals, and for me, it would be an absolute no-brainer whether they had anything to do with the ransom or not. I would want that resolved. I mean, anything to do with taking Nancy, even if they had no connection to taking Nancy, I'd still want these people tracked down and caught. Because they became so big part of the story and inflated, and that needs to all be taken down, the whole thing. So it's to me, totally stupid why it wasn't done, whether they had Nancy or not even. Anyway, so I'm just wondering if there's some kind of BS with the FBI not being able to solve this properly or something, and then trying to bait the family to continue on to get them to communicate again. And then I just say that's jerky, because as you know, in my timeline thing, Cameron released his thing at 5 p.m. on that Thursday, and asking for the ransom people to get back with the family. We got to talk to you. Please communicate. And then at 11 a.m. they got the communication back. So they were communicated back with the real ransom people. So, with the message, you better deliver the money, or they got all the foreboding wording, whatever it was, the threatening language. But I think the crypto stuff definitely goes into some foreign country where they're going to start tracking it from. There's no doubt about that. I mean, the wallet, that crypto wallet is going to trace out to all kinds of wallets and stuff. I don't understand the total in-depth aspect of it, but there's going to be a chain of transactions. This crypto wallet doesn't just end with where the money is when you unwind that crypto key or something. It's going to trace back multi-layered.
I agree.
And whoever's doing this is layering it back to give them enough time, and in some foreign country where they've scheduled it to get away with it. You know what I mean?
I agree.
So, and I would think they have a partner. If they're still in the United States, then they got a partner in this crime in this foreign country to take the crypto. So that's why it'd be interesting. Is this being done in the Middle East very much? And what about Jordan, or what about other Latin countries? That's worth finding out. But you got to lean heavy to the Latin American countries, and especially to Mexico as your primary, just because of geolocation and the percentage of people there.
Yeah, I mean, so another thing that I'm struggling with a little bit, and I was thinking about it today, and certainly based on our prior conversations, that when we think about, because we've talked about the level of planning that was involved, and there was a theory that was put forth, we all have probably thought about it to some degree, that they were working for someone else and they were performing a hit on behalf of someone else. And it's been implied more than once that that these people who were at the ground level were not the brains of the operation. And I really have thought about that a lot, because what we're really trying to zero in on is how many people were involved. How many people did this to Nancy? Because it kind of zeroes down how many people, are in this network that we're just talking about. And so when we think about the fact that these perps went and did this, and we're now 50 days in, and it's one thing, for example, like, let's just say hypothetically that somebody is the big boss and someone says, okay, I've got these people out here, I could have blindly hired them, like we've talked about, where they didn't know who their boss was, but they still had to receive instructions on what to do. And so what that really means then is that someone would have had to give them very detailed instructions. Mm-hmm. Now, if you didn't give them detailed instructions and you just said, here's an address, here's how old she is, this is what I need you to make happen, well, then you're really leaving a lot of the recon, a lot of the logistics, you're leaving it up to them. And what our takeaway is from that is that they were quite successful at doing it. Now, this could go one of two directions. Either they were very good at following the instructions from their boss, or they didn't need a boss and they figured this out on their own. And I'm more inclined to believe that they figured it out on their own, and they did it on their own without a boss. And the reason why is because the boss wasn't there on the ground telling them how to do it, presumably. They were the ones on the ground. And they did do it without being detected. I mean, such to the degree that, as far as we know, they've not been filmed offside that property. In other words, we don't have a vehicle showing them in it. We don't have neighbors saying that. I mean, there was someone that was pointed walking down the road from one of the neighbors as looking suspicious. Potentially could have been someone casing, although I personally feel that if anybody was going to be casing that place, they would have been doing it at night so that no one could really ever get a good look at who they were. But where I'm going with this, and the reason that I'm bringing it up, is that under this scenario, with the complexity of the plan that they had to do, and if we're thinking about the level of recon, you're going to have to know that the dog isn't there. You're going to probably have to know where the cameras are. And all that means you're going to have to get up fairly close, and you're going to have to get habits down on what happens.
She didn't. Did you miss that she didn't have a dog? That was Savannah's dog.
I did get that, but we talked about this, that dog was still there and it's rumored to have died.
No. He's very well and with Savannah. That's her dog. She brought it when she went to visit her mom.
His name is Fetch.
Fetch, yep. And he's only like
Fetch is alive and well?
Yes, he's alive and well. He's only like 2 years old.
100%
she got him in
verified.
2024.
100% verified.
Yes.
Okay, great. So anyway, long story short is that these people knew that the dog was gone and that it was safe for them to go ahead and do that. And the only way that they would know this is if they got close enough and that no dog barked. Now, you could do it through surveillance, just like we talked about, where you could say, like, okay, well, if she doesn't ever bring her dog outside, there's no dog that's being taken outside. Therefore, we know that she doesn't have one, so you could do it by inference. But bottom line is that you would have had to have recon enough sufficiently to know that there was not a threat of a pet that she had. And then in addition to that, you'd have to recon enough to know that if you went by those cameras intentionally just to see what would happen if you were kind of saying like, well, we got to test out the cameras to find out that if we trigger these, is the cops going to come? Is anything going to happen as a result of us doing
Well,
this?
you know what? Okay, here's my take on that. Just like Chris Watts, right? How he had to check his neighbor's cameras when he killed his family because he had to know that if he backed his truck up, what they saw. So what he did, he told his neighbor, "Hey, you know what? Somebody broke into my truck, and they took some tools, and I just want to see if your camera caught. What does your camera catch?" So he asked the neighbor like that, okay? And then once he found out, okay, well, they get over here, but they're not seeing over here, he made sure he took his truck and he brought it in to where, he backed it into the driveway. So anyway, if this, and these people from Mexico, they would have to be, if it's a hit, so let's say it was the neighbor or somebody that was hiring them to do this, don't you think like he would have done that? Like he would have said to them, okay, look, she doesn't have a dog, she doesn't have a husband, she doesn't have anybody living with her, okay, so you're going to go there, like there would be I think there would have to be very precise instructions, and then he would say, she's got cameras here, here, and here. You're just going to have to dismantle that Ring camera and then keep away from these other areas. I think that would have been done by the person that was hiring them if it's a hired hit with people from Mexico.
And so under that scenario, then the person who would be hiring them would have knowledge of those things that you discussed. In other words, they would know things about that household.
I think, I think they would have found out some way like, hey, where do you have your your cameras, where are they? Because did you see the javelinas eating the whatever, like just nonchalantly, just like a lot of these people do to try to see where the cameras are of their neighbors and stuff.
It's possible. I guess, what I lean toward personally is that when I think about, when we get into psychology about someone thinking that they could pull this off, because Space Cat brought up a great point, which is that you would know that when you do this thing, you're going to rain down all fury from the FBI and, I mean, everything under the sea. It's going to happen. It's coming. And so you would have to know that you have your ducks in a row, 10 ways to Sunday across everything. I mean, and not only that, but then, I mean, you would have had to have accounted for the fact that there's probably going to be a huge reward offered. It should be even more incentive for someone to expose you if they know about it or suspect it. So, I mean, your planning would have to be so good that I personally feel that it is suggestive of the fact that there wasn't anybody that was So the psychology would be that there would be two individuals, and they would say to themselves, we can pull this crime off because we have no connection to the family. No one knows us as being connected because we have no connection to the family. We don't know anyone in the family. And therefore, that means that if there ever was an investigation done after the fact, there'd be no way to link us because we have no connection to the family. And as a criminal, if you're thinking from a criminal perspective, that would be what would make it enticing to you, because you would think, okay,
I just got to interject before I got a tip of the tongue thing. All right. So sometimes I just have to interrupt there.
Please.
Right. The thing is that, okay, so let's say, where did they get this idea from? They got it, in my opinion, then from the media events with Savannah, either locally or nationally on that program. Maybe that gave them the connection, because they still have a local area connection, in my opinion, by doing the local ransom notes, right?
Agree.
So they don't have any kind of personal connection to the family. They're just criminal crypto experts, and they got the perfect thing here because they're not going to be connected back to the family. All right, but in that case, you have no personal investment in this crime. You're just trying to get the money. You just, this is my easy pickings, man. This is the low risk 84-year-old. Man, he lives alone. I mean, this is easy peasy that way. But then, just like you were saying, well, wait a minute. If you do this to this person, you are increasing the visibility of you being caught by just the outlandish nature of this. So here's where it just doesn't add up to me. You sure as hell are not going to write in a ransom kidnapping note and send it to the media. This is where the ego-driven, I am better than you, I am flaunting you, I am getting back at you through the media by sending my ransom note to your competing news station, Savannah, and I am flaunting the FBI, and I am, I am TMZ, man. So there's this ego-driven aspect of this that's overriding the sanity of just being a non-connected, random criminal crypto thing. This is like somebody way inflated over probably their abilities and their ego, because there's a good chance they're going to be caught eventually. But whatever. But you see what I'm saying? That's where I have a problem adding up that type of crime, because you wouldn't have contacted the media stations, you wouldn't have interacted with the family, with the rant. You see what I'm saying? I don't know. There's got to be some other aspect of this personality type to commit that crime way.
But there is continuity, and the reason why I say that is so that when you think about the level of planning it took to pull this off and that they did it, we can conclude that they have to be pretty smart. I mean, you have to be very well planned. I mean, you could say, well, how do you know they weren't just some bumbling criminals who just got lucky? And yes, that's true. But when we weigh it out on the probabilities, the greater likelihood is that it wasn't just by one chance in a million that they happened to pull it off by luck. It was because of excellent planning and deep planning. And, so in my opinion, if they have that ability to do that, they have every bit of ability to generate a ransom letter that would be just as tricky and just as cautious, So they'd be looking out for things in that letter, knowing exactly what they wanted to do. But I agree with you in the sense that there's this sensationalism factor, as if almost to say, I want to test you out and see if you can catch me. So we're going to play the game. But the game was very calculated in the sense that once the last ransom note was done and they didn't get what they want, the game was over at that point. And because they were out, it was like you said, the dominoes were set to fall at a certain stage. And each time they fell in place, that was part of the whole process. And once the last one fell, it was over regardless. So, but I do think though that just the level of skill that it took to pull this off, it absolutely points to the fact that they could have composed the letter now, or the letters. On the other hand, the thing about it is that's very fascinating to me is that I feel like we're looking at a very unique individual, because this is a person that defeats the stereotype. And what I mean by that is that, so that typically speaking, if we were to consider your average cartel or your gang person, a person that, grew up in a lower socioeconomic status and perhaps had abusive parents that really didn't care about them, basically let the child run around free and form associations with people who were not in that person's best interest, ultimately leading the perp down the road toward criminality. But what's so fascinating about this is that, so that's the stereotype, right, of the criminal, that we think of someone who, the criminal who's not very bright, the person who doesn't think about things very much in depth, and that's why they're a criminal, and that's why they get caught, and things like that. But this is something that defeats the stereotype. And what I mean is that so that we're dealing with someone who is very much a criminal, is very much ruthless, is very much willing to be violent, but at the same time is exercising considerable polish by being able to execute the crime and construct the ransom letters and not get caught. So it's a very unique individual in the sense that it's kind of counter to what the common criminal would be like, the stereotype. And that leaves us with trying to determine the type of person this would be. Like if we were trying to say, well, who is the profile of this person? Because it doesn't strike me as somebody who is uneducated. It really doesn't. I mean, it strikes me as someone who is very technically savvy. So someone who is a consumer of information that understands very specific details about technology and how things work, which suggests that the person is well read. It doesn't strike me as someone who sits around and smokes pot all the time and drinks down at the bar all the time. It strikes me as someone who has some in-depth thought, and perhaps the person that is with them is also like that. The reason I'm pointing these things out is that they went this far now and they haven't been caught and nobody has folded, and it just suggests a very small, tight circle that is deeply loyal.
Yeah, and I would just say that you got to explore all scenarios. So the other thing could be is that I don't see that this is impossible to pull off as one person. I mean, it's way more difficult. But is there not any reason why this couldn't have been pulled off by one person that has these abilities? There's nothing about the incident at the house that says one person couldn't have done this too. And I would tend to lean, if it's not like the other way that I've been discussing all the time, the mastermind and the people then following the instructions, then I would even lean to this being one person. If it's way more ego driven and I'm out to beat the police and get the media, in other words, I'm going for the history books. The money is part of it, but just as equally as important, if not more so, is the fame, notoriety, the vengeance, whatever the ultimate motive is. And this could still be somebody that doing this by themselves even.
Yeah, so
what in the step of just what in the process of this crime is it not feasible that even one person could have done this from what we know?
So this is a good point, and I think it deserves more discussion, and that is when we think about the level of planning that went into this, we're talking extreme planning where basically everything was considered. At least that's just what we're guessing that was done. It is speculative, but we're just going to guess that since no one's been caught, that it was that thorough. So if it was that thorough, someone would have, a single person, if it was a single person, would have eventually came to the conclusion that the only way to do this without really increasing the risk level, and this would already be increasing the risk level in my opinion, because there's two things that's going to happen if it's one person, and it's like this. So it's either that person shows up, they go inside the house, they subdue Nancy, and then they leave the house, they go and get the vehicle, they pull it up, and they put Nancy in it, and they leave. It's either like that, or if it's the single person, then they do the pre-con, they know everything is set to go, they pull the vehicle up in front, Then they go in and get her, and then they come out and the vehicle is waiting and they leave. So as far as I'm concerned, if you're one person, that's the only way that you can pull that off. And where I find a problem with that is so that if you are one person and you're considering, even at the very beginning stages of committing a crime like this, you're automatically going through the different levels of involvement that you would have. And you eventually would come to the conclusion that as a single person, you would either have to leave Nancy alone in the house, tied up, or you're going to have to leave the vehicle out in front for the period of time that you're inside the house. And you don't know, let's just say, for example, if that vehicle had to be positioned outside of the house and that was part of the plan because a single person was going in to get her. Well, you don't know how long you're going to be inside that house because you don't know what you're going to encounter when in there and how difficult it might be. And that could potentially mean your vehicle could be sitting out there for a while. Hold on. I'm almost there. I want to make the point before you jump in. So that if a single person was considering all these options and they had to walk through them, my point would be they would inevitably reach the conclusion that yes, they could do it, but it would be a very high risk level. Whereas if it were two people doing it, that means that you no longer have to have the vehicle waiting out there for a period of time. And you no longer have to leave the home to go and get the vehicle to come up and get it. Now, one person can go inside, subdue Nancy, and after they get Nancy ready, call on the walkie-talkie and say, I'm ready, bring the car around. Brings the car around, and that means there's no delay of the car being out in front. And why this is relevant, I'm almost done. Why this is relevant is because, so if you're planning this crime and everything is riding on the fact that you get away, one of the things that you're banking on is that when you went there and you disabled the camera in the back and you disconnected the camera in the front and maybe you waited to see if anybody came and nobody came, and now you say, okay, well, the coast is clear. Everything is riding on the fact that you're right. Because if you're wrong and you decide, oh, I'm going to park the car out in front, it's only going to be there 10 or 15 minutes while me as a single person goes in and gets Nancy. But what about if that notification just happened to get discovered by somebody and they did send the police? And now the police do show up and your vehicle is in the driveway. You would not want that at all. You would do everything you could to prevent that situation from happening so that you would instantly know that the correct way to do this would mean that you would only want the vehicle in the driveway for the least amount of time possible, which you could only do if you had, I mean, you could do it if you were one person and you left and you came back, but even then you still would have that vehicle sitting there for a minute because you have to go back in the house and get her and bring her out. So the quickest way to do it would be two people.
Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Space Guy.
Sure. I got an answer for that. Okay. It's the going up on the porch and everything is the end point of the crime, and so you never warned. There was never any notifications, nothing. You've cased the house. We know with the crime scene review and with the aerial footage and all that. In my opinion, they traced the criminal came into the patio to the left and just slid open the door. Nancy's right there. And by the way, Ashley Banfield got an expert, and they got floor plans of the house, and they figured that she took a whole episode. And apparently this guy's going to fix a 3D rendering of this eventually.
I watched it.
I think. Yeah. So this guy didn't have to worry about any notifications with cameras. All he's going to do is go get her first and get her out, whatever, and not be detected by the camera. I'm just, this is all just hypothesizing about it. And then he goes and disables the camera, so the notifications, whatever happens, that ain't going to matter because she's already disabled and can't do anything, and the police aren't going to be contacted. But the other thing that I was thinking about too is the way this perpetrator walks in. If you look, he in the video, he walks in from the left. All right, as you're facing outward. And again, I'm just thinking of how you could do this by one person and not be totally stressed out. She's cased out. You've already figured out how to get in without notifications, without camera footage. That's a fact. If he had come in through the sliding doors or through some camera detection there, we would know that, I would think. Just assuming that he gets away with it there, then the camera on the patio, the entryway, doesn't matter. He's notifications or anything. But the other thing too is that by coming in from the left there, like this person did, that could indicate to me that this person, this person's chill. He's, like we said, we plotted this whole thing out, so he knows Nancy's not having people come over at 2 a.m. in the morning, just like everybody else in that neighborhood, and all that stuff. So he knows, and because the roadside is hidden, as you get up the driveway, people driving by are not going to see any cars in the thing. So all I'm getting at, and he knows the bedroom is on the opposite side of the house from the garage area. So who's to say somebody doesn't have an electric car that can pull in that driveway 100% silent and just pull way up past the garage to the right there, so that you're impossible to be seen from the roadway, which could be done. And so any cars passing there are not going to see any car in the driveway, and you're just right there, and you go in, commit your crime and all that, and then the notification goes out, or whatever. Even if it does, you're already taking her out the door in 1 or 2 minutes at most, getting out. In other words, you can just jog over, get the car, electric car, pull it up, and then you expose yourself to that camera, and then go in and just get her and take her out. And well, anyway, that's just a thought how it could be done by one person and it not be too stressful. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I wouldn't deny the fact that one person could do it, and it could be done, especially if, like you say, with an electric vehicle, be very silent. And so I don't dispute that it could be done by one person, but I do want to say that with one person, the risk level is really heightened a lot, because there's a lot of unknown variables that you have. You have nobody on a lookout. There's no way to know if anybody's coming. And that is a huge stressor. It even is a huge stressor, for example. So if you pull up there and you've done all your recon, you've done everything you think that you're supposed to do, and you go inside the house, you still don't know for sure that nobody is, or that somebody might be coming. You don't know that. Now, if you have somebody who's out there on the road with a scanner, then you could probably be pretty certain that you're going to know if anybody's coming. Even to the point to where if a cop came down that road, he could have got on that walkie-talkie and said, "Get out of the house right now. Get out of there." So whatever the case was, you'd have to be, if you didn't set yourself up for a situation like that, where you had someone who would be your lookout, you really are brazen. Because there's a lot of things that you're weighing on the line. I know what you said. You said, well, once you get in there and you have her subdued, then when you go back in there to get her, it'd be very quick, and it would. But you still have to know that if a person was planning that out, they're having to also walk through the stage of them going in there and dealing with her. And this is the unknown variable, is that you don't know necessarily what you're going to walk into. You think that you do, but you don't know for sure. And that's why it's so ideal to have the 2-person system, because even if you do run into an eventuality in there that you didn't consider, you always have your ace in the pocket, which is your, your wingman looking out for you. So I, I agree that it's feasible and it's doable with one person, but as to one, like when we think about the psychology, you drew a good point when you said, well, when we think about the person who is doing this is partially doing it because they're getting a psychological payoff on beating the FBI and beating, the authorities that they got around on them. And so it would almost strike you as that this would not be typical of two people, because for two people to do it, they'd both have to feel exactly the same way about having fun and it being a payoff, outwitting the authorities. But I did propose earlier on in my theory in saying that, the reason why this was not broken, why the case wasn't broken and $1 million wasn't sought after, because my theory was that these two people who did it were brothers. And so,
Oh yeah,
go ahead.
You got that. This is a good point that you're making. I mean, definitely it could be some tight relationship like that, and they getting some, thrill out of it together. In other words, part of the emotional payoff could be for the perpetrator. On the one hand, as an individual, it's a matter of control of the whole thing in the sense their ego, and they're getting self-satisfaction out of it, and it's more safe to get away with the crime there if you pull it off, because you're the only one that can turn yourself in or whatever. You're the only one that can make the mistake. But yeah, but then that you are putting yourself at higher risk during the moments of committing the crime. So how long are you making yourself vulnerable for? Obviously, this was somebody very casually. In other words, this just wasn't an in and out ransom, right? Because the camera time and the time the pacemaker leaves the house, that's 40 something minutes or so. So you'd have to be very, well, anyway, got to be some psychological reasons and some whatever this all is. Do this as one person and take that much time, and you're putting yourself at much higher risk that way as with one person. So I see absolutely the rationality of there would make me lean to then say these are extremely tight knit pair, and they're not going to rat on each other, and they're getting a thrill together. So, and I think you can pick a demographic here too. It's likely to be younger. I mean by that, for sure under 50, but probably for sure under 40 even. And I would lean that way because of the crypto part of it, and just people that are into crypto, and also the age range of crimes going to be committed. It would tend to put the person down at a younger age level to intersect those things. Also, the thrill of it as a pairing would be more to a younger person, I would think. That's just my feeling. Older person would maybe have more sense of control and independence, or anyway, I don't know.
Well, also too, I was going to say that it could be brothers, but it could be cousins. As long as there is a strong enough family connection, a bond between them, that they're not going to want to turn on the other. And so just putting this out there, for example, like if we went the other way around and we said, well, what about if it was two people, but they weren't related? So if that was the case, and there's $1 million riding in the line out there, and there's two people who are unrelated, one can look at the other and say, well, you're the one that's on videotape. That's your face. So they're going to know it's you. So like if I tell on you, they're going to know that it's you because that's your face, and they're going to pinpoint that it was you.
But why would they want to? Okay, let's say the other one. Why would they voluntarily come forward and turn the other one in, because they're not going to get the reward and they're not going to get anything, and they're still going to get charged, because there's no guarantee they're going to say, okay, you can be state's witness against the other guy. Okay, maybe, but even if they turn him state's witness, that doesn't mean they're off scot-free. They could still end up with 15, 20 years, whatever. So what would be the incentive that the other person would turn them in? It's more likely that if they were arrested, both of them, that is when the one would say and want to be state's witness, but not that they would just come forward when nobody knows who they are.
If they're smart enough to go this far and not get caught, and smart enough to construct that ransom letter, then they certainly would be smart enough to go to somebody else and use them as a proxy and say, hey, you just happen to find this body out here. How convenient. You just happen to find these remains out here, and you're going to split half of it with me, but we're going to tell on the other guy, you know. And they really actually even wouldn't have to tell on the other guy. They could even not say anything and just have somebody go and claim the body, and, you know, that person pretend like they're a stranger or whatever. I don't know if they would polygraph that person to see if he had any connection possibly to the crime, but there is a point where someone could say, to, like, in a situation where there is two people, that one would fold on the other, that even, for example, if it wasn't money involved, so let's say that I'm not going to trade you out for the $1 million, but let's say, you know, we're not related, and all of a sudden it starts getting tight to where I start getting paranoid because maybe it's my face that's out there, whatever the situation is, that if I'm not real tight with you, and I start getting paranoid, and maybe even a detective comes and visits me, you know, and asks me questions, right? You know, maybe this is an interview that's already taken place, but whatever the place is, if I get nervous enough, I could trade you out if I'm not related to you. But if I'm your brother,
But a lot of times too, if it's a gang, you'd have repercussions, because the gang would come after you if you know.
Yeah, but one other thing too is again, there could be a mastermind and then his anonymous helper. In other words, he could still randomize himself. If there's two people up there, he doesn't even have to be at a distance. He could just hire, you know, this is the Home Depot criminal that went down to Walmart, bought all the accoutrements, and you know, it's a basic criminal, do the basic skills. But who's to say the mastermind is there that you never see? And we could go even deeper and say he set this guy up maybe to have his picture potentially taken or something, even though he's got the mask on. Anyway, it could go crazy, like the guy has hidden his identity with his partner right there for committing the crime, and he just drops the guy off or whatever. In other words, he still could be a contract guy, the guy on the porch, right? And the other guy we never see, pays him off, whatever, and they don't even know each other, so that, you know, they could commit this crime and not be able to tell on each other too. That's possible.
it is possible. I agree. That is.
Yep.
Has there been any questions in the chat, Carolyn?
If you look at kind of, I mean, you know, just the way the guy is dressed and bought all the stuff down at Walmart or whatever. I mean, it does look like, you know, and it's all looking pretty new. It's like,
and they can't even track that. They can't even track that.
Acquired.
Ozark.
But it's acquired for this crime. It could be, you know, like anyway, just an extra hired, you know. But just to answer the person, there's Tariq 9510 that's asking questions about the locksmith coming out there and things like that. Well, I know they brought out locksmiths because they changed the locks on the house too. Out there. We know that. And that's maybe a precautionary thing. Also, it came out from the family again, this leads to me, thinking the guy just walked in. Is that with the sliding doors? Because it's common for people to not lock their sliding doors. Also, sliding doors, like older ones, if it's not like a really well-made sliding door and you just have the latch not very well done, you can just kind of push up on the door itself and then slide it off the hook. Anyway, there are all these aspects to it, and then it's come out just in the recent reporting that the family has reported initially that Nancy leaves the back door.
Open, yeah.
She leaves her house unlocked all the time. Sometimes, you know. So this was a habit, and it makes perfect sense for somebody that's lived out there all her life and never had any personal issues or whatever. So there you go. Now, I do want to jump to one other thing real quick, is that there's alleged that somebody lived in her back.
Oh, yeah, the pool house.
Cottage house for a caregiver lived there. And supposedly this is verified on some level, and
was fired.
Nancy
Is that the one that was fired? Yeah.
Fired this person, the caregiver, 2 or 3 years ago. So there's that, and then that also fits in this timeline of the house being put up for sale and taken back off the market. Could there have been, if this is true, all this crap is just rumor to me. It can be totally made up. I've seen so much totally 100% made up shit about everything. But if it's true, that could be maybe related. Like the caregiver was there living, the caregiver did something wrong, got fired, and then now Nancy's thinking about maybe moving or selling the house or something temporarily. And so that all could be interrelated. And then the other thing that's being said is that person has a Persian last name, so apparently they might, is that right? Am I confusing it? No, that's, wait a minute.
I don't remember that, but...
No, the Persian thing comes into a gun owner shop, supposedly.
Okay.
Anyway, that's but anyway, so there's this issue with this caregiver, and maybe that's, might have something to do with the sale of the house. That's just something I'm connecting in the moment. And the locksmith is not a big deal either way, in my opinion, about the locks on the house, because the one thing they had is, I think, was on Nancy's or whatever, Grace's show or whatever, but they had a locksmith expert look at the locks that are on her house, and they're a joke. As far as he's concerned, these deadbolts are easy picking. Anybody with basic skills or could get a basic kit could have picked the locks. So there isn't any high security with her house about entering, despite the big gate on her front door. Even those locks there were easily picked by he said by just a few hours practice, you could be a pro, at that. So at this level of crime planning and stuff, if the person didn't just walk in, it seems to me that they easily would have the skill to pick the lock, in short order. In other words, this is not something that takes a long time.
Okay,
So,
and the other question I saw that they had in there was that they keep asking about drag marks, some kind of cart. People are saying a wheelchair on the driveway.
Yeah. I've seen all that, but that's just that can be so many different things, and we don't have any identification that those were that we have pictures of that right from the day of the crime. I mean, there's drones,
Right.
I mean, if that's there the day of the crime and they can prove it in the photograph, fine. But there's so many people that have come into that.
Exactly.
Remember, they had over 100 people out there at least. I can't remember whether he said 100 or 200 on Sunday. Okay, right. So this is like bullshit to focus on that when you got a blood trail straight out the front door down the sidewalk to, obviously it's then you have to go into huge conspiracy land that they took the time to drop blood down and make a fake trail. I don't know what else it could be, certainly they would be able to determine whether that blood is the right freshness. I mean, you're going to have a blood expert that knows that that's fresh blood or not. So that's all been determined. That's the exit point. That's her blood. That's what happened. All this other stuff is just clickbait, as far as I see.
Yeah, and people keep mentioning a wheelchair. How did he take her down in a wheelchair? There were steps. I don't see that happening.
Well, you can easily take her in a wheelchair down steps there.
Yeah, but I just don't see that happening. I don't think she was taken out in a wheelchair.
I'm not saying it's happening, but that is the easy thing to do. That's not complicated. You get her in a chair and you just lean the chair back. I mean, I've dealt with somebody in a wheelchair, so that's not a problem. But
right.
and I'm certain 100%. I absolutely 100% believe there's a wheelchair in that house. There's not just a cane. She's had a wheelchair because she's had heart trouble and been in the hospital and all this. I'm certain. You don't get a pacemaker, so they have a wheelchair there for her. So is it possible she came out in a wheelchair? I have no problem accepting that. That could easily be the case that they took. But that's something the police are keeping hidden from us because they would know that the wheelchair was used.
Gone, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. The wheelchair could be there at the house. What do you mean it's gone? We don't know. They're not telling us anything about what's critical inside the house or how she got out. But here's the thing. The wheelchair, though, with that type of gravel or whatever, if there's loose gravel there down that sidewalk, and I can't determine whether that's hardened, whether that's gravel that's embedded in cement. If you look off the as you walk out there, I haven't paid that close attention, but is that loose gravel? Because if that's loose gravel up to where the car is at the entryway, then the police, I think, would see the next day that the wheelchair was used. There would be, the track
right, exactly.
there, not over in the driveway, but right there, So,
yeah.
and actually, I think that, that they would know whether a wheelchair was used also because she would have been put in the wheelchair inside the house and brought out. And I'm sure that they have some kind of static electricity or dusting, they're doing to get tread marks on the shoes that were worn in there. And that would bring out a wheelchair mark. I mean, I don't think the wheelchair thing is a hard thing for the police. Whether if it was used or not, that's the police would solve it. But what difference does it make? The point is that she came out the front door down the sidewalk, and that was just one way they could have gotten her to the car. I don't think it really matters too much. I mean, we're assuming she's alive, so if there was a way to do this and do it in a wheelchair, that would be especially if you're by yourself too committing the crime, But yeah.
Well, before I miss these two comments, I did want to come back and I want to say happy early birthday to Purdy Girl. And I see that Julie in the chat brought up a good point, and that was that someone there could be a threat that is made that if anybody is to be snitched out, if there's any snitching that were to happen in the case, then someone's family could be facing elimination, or family members be facing elimination.
That's what I mean. That's what when I said like if the gang or whoever it was would come after them. Yeah, like
right.
There's a code of honor even among thieves, right?
Right. And that's a good point. The other thing is that I do think that when we talk about, I think we can pretty much agree. I mean, I know that there's some people that will say, well, just because you see the droplets of blood out there doesn't mean that it was Nancy and someone may have planted the droplets of blood. But if we just go along with the idea that Nancy was over the top of that area, and that is what produced that blood there. If we agree that that part of it is factual, then it is relevant in deciding whether or not it was one or two individuals and the mode of transportation to extract her out of there. And I do think that, one consideration, of course, would be a wheeled device, a dolly, a wheelchair, something like that. But one thing that we would know for certain, provided that we accept the premise that it was Nancy who was bleeding and that she was there on the porch, is that if it was open to where it was just she was in a gown, pajamas, whatever she was in, if it was open like that, that anything that she would be carried on, whether it would be anything that she was supported by, would have blood on it. And in addition, that if it was one person, for example, if we consider this scenario, just walk with me on this. If it was one person and Nancy was bleeding to the extent that she was, that one person is probably going to have blood on them. It would be very difficult to carry Nancy out of there and her being bleeding and not to even at least have some type of blood spatter at minimum on your shoes from her blood hitting the concrete.
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm going with this is because if you wanted to really plan this out well, like we've been talking about all along, the last thing that you would ever want to do is to go into this house and you fully well knowing it, particularly if you're getting in a vehicle where either you're going to be driving or you're going to be sitting in a passenger seat, you know that you're leaving an area potentially where you could be pulled over by the police. Right. Somebody could have called the cops on you. They're on their way. You don't know about it, and you're getting ready to exit the neighborhood, and bam, you get pulled over. And what happens when you get pulled over? You have to step out of the vehicle, and there's blood on your vehicle. And lo and behold, there's something that looks like it's wrapped up in some carpet in the back, something like that. Where I'm saying is that the master planner would avoid that. Master planner would say, well, I can't have any blood on my person when I'm leaving because obviously I have to get into a vehicle, whether I'm driving or not. And so that if I did get blood on my person, what this really would represent would be poor planning because I didn't think about things that I should have that would have prevented this from occurring. And so at the minimum, even if there happens to be leakage or something like that was potentially unexpected, my fail-safe plan, as say, if I'm the mastermind criminal, is that I still have to make sure that no blood gets on me. So even if blood does leak out, it can't get on me. Mm-hmm. And the only way that I can see that happening easily, and also that you don't leave tracks, is if it's two people carrying Nancy. Because if you got two people, you can carry her in such a way that you can kind of like walk around the drips as you do it. It would be tricky, but you could do it if you just took your time with it and you like swung to the side so that you're not walking straight through the trail anymore. You kind of got one person off to the side, so you're moving sideways, so that the drips. I'm just saying and even if she's in a tarp, and wrapped up, and she's leaking out of that tarp, that that as far as your planning method and saying that if it's two people, that even if she does leak out of the tarp, at least it's not going to get on you. That's the goal, at least, right? Because your goal is to leave that scene as the criminal. You want to be clean. You don't want anything on you. So and it'd be very difficult to do with one person. Go ahead, Space Cap.
Yeah, just to answer the person in the chat that says Maureen O'Connell. And by the way, Maureen O'Connell is, she's my favorite person out there on all of this stuff. I just like her presentation. she's like this classic Hollywood detective, straight talk. I mean, it's just, she's bizarre. I mean, she fits like this perfect character. She ought to be she should have been in a police series. Anyway, but they were saying, that those front security doors, are, chat person's asking about that gated, the wrought iron, the iron gate that goes in front of the front door on her thing, and all that being so secure, and all of this. Again, I don't see the lock picking thing as that critical unless there's a lock. I mean, some. I mean, you could add that to the profile if you believe this was lock picked, and then the profile of the person doing it picked the locks, because if you don't believe the thing was just open, I think it's just open, because that's it's come out now with the police report. If it's leaked true, and I've always believed the person got in through the sliding door, either through the just being open or lifting on it to get around it. But yeah, the locks anyway, this big gated thing in front's meaningless, because about how secure that is, because the lock that's put on that wrought iron gate that fronts the door was a cheap ass lock. This is typical of 99.99% of people that think they got their house secure or whatever. This is nothing. This is just normal. That she didn't have a high-end deadbolt put on her house anywhere, so her house was always open to easy picking by somebody that knows how to pick locks. So it doesn't matter how big a reinforced gate and all that is there. It's as protective as much as good as the deadbolt lock is on it. Okay, so the deadbolt that's attached to that wrought iron thing is a piece of crap. It can be picked in seconds. All right, so it's meaningless. There's no security offered by that gate thing. All right. That's the point of the locksmith coming out there. They're warning people that if you really, you've got to buy a high-end deadbolt if you're trying to slow down a lock picker, somebody that can pick a lock. And so the whole point of that discussion with the locksmith is to say that Nancy had no sophisticated deadbolts on her property, that anybody with some basic picking practice, and the guy said just a few hours or less, you could learn how to pick every lock she had there on her thing, and then unpick it in minutes or less. Okay, so
I think another topic that is important, because I see it in the chat, I've not maybe seen it tonight, but I've certainly seen it in the past, and I've certainly seen it in other conversations, that many people do believe that the two people or the individuals that are involved are related to the family. And they believe that it could even be family. And I think, this is an important conversation to have, because when we think about this conversation that we're having right now in this panel, well, it matters what people take away from our conversations. And so what we're really trying to do is we're trying to move towards theories of reality. And that means that if there's theories that might be counter to reality, we really should flesh those out so that everybody walks away with something that they can say, like, okay, I think I have a pretty good handle on this now. Because, for example, if everybody walks away with different opinions and after all this discussion, then what did we really solve? Nothing. We just talked about stuff. So I think it's important to address, the big elephants in the room, which is the family and the people who are related. And it may have been done previously when I wasn't a part of this channel, but I just wanted to put this out there so that anyone listening knows what my particular view is on this, and that if anyone wants to have a question about that, or if anyone debates it or anything like that, we should open that up. But my particular view is this: when it comes to anyone that could be related to the family, or connected to the family, or is actually a family member, my position is that we have to think, well, not we, but I think that the FBI and the law enforcement there is sophisticated enough that with their intensive research over months and months, looking at cell phone data on towers, looking at GPS data, looking at polygraph information, just everything that you could think about, every single investigative tool, and that undoubtedly with everyone that was linked to the family, like all the common people, so that would be people who worked at that place that were employed by Nancy, people that she personally knew, and even potentially, people that the employees knew. So for example, let's just say hypothetically, if it comes out through the investigation that one of the employees knew someone that had a criminal record, that my guess is that they would have already interviewed that person, they would have already polygraphed that person. So that my guess is that they're already out 3 degrees of separation from people who directly knew the family. And they went through everything they could, even through the geofencing on these 3 degrees of separation individuals, so that they could walk through each one and say, we're confident it's not this person. Now, I do know that the rebuttal to this would be to say, well, but Jason, there's some people that are related to the family, connected to the family, that the sheriff's office has not officially cleared. And therefore, you can't even say for sure that those people are potentially not involved. And that is a true statement. But I would also challenge that by saying that since we're 50 days in and they've had this much time to examine all the data and everything that would be needed, that all they'd have to do is put enough together to put an indictment in front of a grand jury with a sufficient amount of evidence, which it doesn't take a lot to get a grand jury to indict if you've got a decent amount of evidence.
Yeah, but if they make a mistake and it is the real person and they don't have enough, they'll lose their chance.
I agree, but this would mean that they're certain enough that they have the right person, which is why they're doing it anyway, why they're seeking, why they're going in front of a grand jury. But my point is that these things would have already been done and the bases would have been covered, and we would have seen an indictment forthcoming if it really was the case over the last 50 days. And since we haven't, that is my counter to the argument that it is somehow someone who is connected to the family. And I just want to say one more thing. I do realize, as probably almost everyone here, if not everyone here, that under all normal circumstances, we would say it's someone connected to the family, especially in something like this. It looks so personal, that where there's blood and where, there's toying with the media and, where it looks really involved, like someone's got a stake in this, that I would always say I would be the first one. And even in the initial beginning, I did actually think that there was a family connection. But as we got further and further into this and I researched and really looked at things deeply, I could no longer make the connections. And then when I was seeing the sheriff actually clearing certain people, key people in it, that was really swaying me over. And I know there's some people that say, well, that could be a ruse too, and the sheriff hasn't really cleared them. And that's a different story. But I'm just saying that these are my opinions as to why I believe that it is not someone who is connected to the family. And if there's anyone in the chat or anyone I know, I know Space Cat has something to say about this.
Yeah, I'll just say to Julie 6292 in the chat, W says that she thinks the porch guy is left-handed. Yes, I've covered that earlier tonight, so you can see we overlay 100% there. He is left-handed, in my opinion, which does help narrow down the suspects, and hopefully the police are already on to this possibility. I mean, it's a high likelihood. I haven't heard anybody oppose my reasoning why that is that he's left-handed. So, yeah, the family thing. I mean, every scenario that has come up is absolutely ridiculous about the family of Tommaso, because this is where the finger pointing. This all starts because of the streamers, and we're people that are watching streamers, and most of us that are convinced of this. This is where they all started out, and then also Ashley Banfield, and to me, that's preposterous, because you run to ground the silly motives that people were floating out there, that this is why Tommaso was doing this. And it's utter bullshit. This is how you know this is total crap. Every single one of these potential motives why he was doing it is just YouTube clickbait, evaporative, information. There's no real source for any of it. It's nothing but rumors spread by telephone method that people think are factual, that none of it is traceable back to any reality that leads to a motive. So you come up with the motive. Anybody that thinks Tommaso is, please tell us the motive and give us the absolute source of the information that is provable, not some telephone game that's being played out here on this guy from the beginning. Yes, the family has to be eliminated. In the inner circle, it's part of every police procedure. It's the first concentric ring that they, that's the very first place they go, right? So, of course, Tommaso had to be excluded. But I've never seen everything that makes this whole thing wacky about Tommaso is none of the motives play out, work out, or real, or anything. So it's really a sick thing that's been perpetrated on Tommaso, in my opinion. Now, I mean, there are other aspects of people being naive about how you can take certain facial features off, with the mask and the mouth and the beard and the eyebrows and the eyelashes, the way Tommaso walks compared to what's on the pad. See, all that stuff can line up to people's eyesight and stuff. And that is, if you've done enough of this checking of different perpetrators, I've seen many that could fit to me, to be the criminal. I mean, I've seen the way all the people that, analyze the different suspects and stuff like that, and how they can line them up to look like this could be the person, So, I mean, I've seen at least 5 different suspects out here that have been shown as the potential person on the porch, and they all seem plausible to me, So I'm suspect about whatever similarities I saw with Tommaso on the patio, and I see a lot of dissimilarities. The one thing that did catch my eye, which I talked about the other day when Jason wasn't here, so you listened to me go back on that, but there's the monk guy. Anybody can go find out his channel, whatever. He does he was the first one out. Other people are already starting to copy him. Was the walking a few 2 or 3 steps that Tommaso takes compared to 2 or 3 steps that the porch guy takes line up in a very eerily similar way. All right. And that to me makes me do a double take. But because I've looked at so many different suspects that, other people have lined up and I think it's plausible, that doesn't mean, as I said when I say this even now, and I said it the other night, is that we would need to have other people similar build do those same movements and see if that's just a natural way of people possibly walking. In other words, a high percentage of people doing those maneuvers do a similar, that this is more natural just to the human condition of walking than it is a unique footprint on just those few steps. That has to be worked out. I'm sure the FBI would have done that, and so the only thing if you're thinking that Tommaso has anything to do with this, with all this clearing and it's everything else, is that the FBI and they're waiting to get more evidence on somebody else as part of his ring. I mean, that's the only thing I can think. They know he's done it. They got the evidence on him, but there's somebody else in this crime. They want to catch them all. They want to round them all up. And that's the only way I could think that, he could still be involved. And I don't think he is, because I don't see that there's any motive for him to do this. Period. Every motive that's been speculated is ridiculous, but because there's no validity to any single motive anybody's brought up. It's speculation, pure speculation.
So one of the things that was brought up in the chat, because a lot of times, and everybody does this in life, everyone has been in a situation where somebody said that X and Y and Z happened, and you didn't know for sure, so you hung back and you waited to see what they would do after the fact, and you waited to see how they would act. And then based on how they would act, you'd be like, yeah, I knew they weren't telling me the truth. And everybody probably has went through those scenarios. And so there was a person in the chat, and says, it's Seeker, says the family is not acting the way I would act. Just after almost 2 months and everyone went back to work, I couldn't do that. And so this is a really good point, because when you think about this is things that drives suspicion of the family. So for example, and I even thought about this myself, I kept saying to myself, because I knew that there were other crimes where I would hear like whole masses of people would show up to search, and it would be the loved ones of the family, and they would be out there just searching in desperation. And I just never got the sense of any urgency from Savannah or Tommaso or Annie. And one of the things that I would have really expected, yes, they did come on TV, but in some ways, I thought there would have been more appearances and at more different areas, and there would have been, like part of search parties, like how we see traditionally. And maybe, the sheriff said stay out of it and whatever. But my point is that lack of urgency, or what seemed to be like lack of urgency, I think fueled a lot of speculation, because people would say like, well, that's not how a family would normally act. Look at, they don't even feel like they're paying attention to it. And Savannah's going back to New York now and probably setting the stage to wander back into the studio, which I personally just want to say to the chat and anyone on the panel here that I could not do that job. I could not get out there after that. I couldn't do it. But I understand maybe that's part of her therapy or part of what she needs. But beyond that, I just wanted to come back and say that, so as far as the odd behavior of the family, Annie in particular, that I do feel that some people, when they go through extreme situations, that they react in different ways that we might normally think would be strange unless we ourselves were in that precise situation. And I can't imagine, if you think about what it's like, that if they really are not guilty, and I'm presuming that they're not guilty, they didn't do anything, imagine what it would be like to look at your name splattered and smeared all over and told to your face you killed your mother, and all these horrible things that are said about them. And meanwhile, in your heart, you didn't do anything, and you know that none of your siblings did. It would just be so heart-wrenching to be persecuted like that after your own mother was abducted and presumably killed. So my heart goes out to them in that regard, and it does make me think that sometimes that the reactions that we're seeing from them is explained by this extreme circumstance that it's just kind of like, it's like a Lindbergh thing. It's so rare and it's so unusual that it's just taken over, so many people across so many, it's outside of this country. This is how big it is that people are paying attention to this. So there's a lot of pressure on that family, and I don't know how a person could go back to work. I don't know if he's went to work back at the school, Tommaso. I don't think he
I
has.
don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah.
Yeah. But my point is that I wouldn't say that necessarily because of the way that they're acting, and although it could appear suspicious, maybe even cold, that I don't think that could be concluded that, oh, they're guilty, or, oh, they've got a hand in it. Carolyn brought up a good point the other night where she said, well, I've seen people put on acts that that you wouldn't believe, and they were guilty as sin, and looking like they were crying their eyes out, but I will tell you that I thought that Annie's reaction when she was over there by the memorial and just basically burst out in tears, and I just thought to myself, she can't be faking that. But I know there's other people, probably even in this chat, that would say otherwise. So let's hear all the things that need to be said about the family or possible family connections and air the laundry. Let's get it out there, because this is something I think that lingers in people's minds.
Well, here's the way I looked at all of that. I've heard that accusatory. It's constant. It's constant. You just go. There's the one primary streamer. We all know he is the 3-letter guy. Like I say, I complain about, I can't stand listening to it because at least 80% of the people are still convinced it's Tommaso or something connected to Tommaso. All right. It's and this again, all this started because of the streamers and Ashley Banfield not clearly explaining. I'm telling you, this is the main source of the start of this is the wildfire they lit. What they didn't explain clearly, and that probably includes Ashley, and it does, because she's using an inside source that said Tommaso's the big suspect. That's wrong. That's complete. She's been in this 35 years, and she's saying that shit. Sorry, Ashley Banfield, F-, you jerk. You're jumping on stuff. You're making conclusions. I don't give a damn about your inside source. You know perfectly well that you had to clarify that, saying that this is 100% of all investigations start, unless you already know who the perpetrator is, they're caught red-handed, you start with the inner circle of the family. So, of course, he's going to be, but he's not a suspect. He's not even necessarily a person of interest. They have to clear all that, all right? So all that was muddy, including by Ashley, which is I find that a very abusive thing to be doing at her age and her. Anyway, I think it's a big mistake. All right. And then, of course, we have the 3-letter people. I saw him because I've gone back and I've looked at the original interviews and all this stuff. And, people are all right from the beginning trying to imply that he's a suspect, right? Or a person of interest. It just jumped to suspect, which I think is next level from person of interest. Okay. So you have all this over focus on him. So just imagine the pressure of that. You're innocent, and and immediately all these people that are on the and this guy, Tommaso, is a teacher. I think he's a middle school teacher. So maybe somewhere around 6th grade or 7th or 8th, something like that. And the power of social media with kids like that. This is born into their soul from the moment of birth, whenever they got exposed to the social media. So this is a huge part of their life and Tommaso's life. And now you are a cold-blooded killer of your grandmother. I mean, that's what everybody's. Come on, how could you make yourself? You don't, and you're not the person, all right? But there's a dangerous person out of there. You got to understand that Savannah's whole family at this point is under potential threat with this type of crime, right? Who's the real target? Savannah, possibly. The police are going to jump to that. Why do you think that everybody's spread out? Savannah stays. She's under some kind of security cloaking. Her husband and her children are off in Florida under security escort. And I'm not making this up. They had at least 2 or 3 people under security escorting him at the airport where they were spotted in Florida. So everybody's, under this potential threat, and then you're exposed, and so his career is kind of ruined. Tommaso, and from what's happened to him and what's going to continue to happen to him the rest of the life. Even if they find the real person, which hopefully they will, there'll still be people that'll say he's involved. But well, I think it's a disaster what's happened to them and their family with Tommaso, with all this wild speculation. And of course, they're going to hide their faces or hide themselves and shut themselves in. Who wants to go out into the public where somebody might just shoot you, where there are plenty of people that are itching to, to be able to do that to Tommaso, fantasizing about that live right there in that area already. I mean, this is how crazy people are. And then online, all kinds of internet crimes are being committed against Tommaso and Annie and the whole family already. People just don't understand how dangerous this online world is and how abusive people are. So, yeah. Anyway.
So to White Angel in the chat, and those are good observations. I do think, everything should be treated with skepticism, so that if we see someone displaying emotions, we should ask ourselves if those emotions are genuine or not. So I think that's a very good point that you raise. But I also want to say that in terms of whether or not she has faced pressure in an interview, and not necessarily Brianna, what I'm talking about, but the interview of sitting across from a polygraph expert and knowing that the things that you say are being weighed and evaluated as you speak, and that if you are guilty, you're going to have to outwit this person. You're going to have to outwit even your physiological responses. You're going to have to somehow subdue those. And so it becomes very difficult at that point, because there's not a lot of people that can consistently do that. And so someone might say, well, Annie might have been able to do that. And it's true. Annie might have. But what it would also then convey is that if Annie did it, well, then she wouldn't have been doing it alone. She would have been most likely doing it with Tommaso. And Tommaso, we also know, is polygraphed. And Tommaso supposedly passed his polygraph too. So if that is the case, what we're really looking at is 2 out of 2. 2 out of 2 odds. In other words, if one failed and the other one didn't, we might be able to say, there's something fishy going on here, and maybe the other one beat it. But when both of them beat it together, what it really is saying is that both of them would have to independently be able to beat their own physiological systems. So it's not as if they could sit across from each other and say, all right, this is what happened, right? And the other one would be like, yes, this is what I'm going to tell them. Okay, and we got our stories down pat, right? Yeah, okay. And we go over it to the finest degree. But the one thing that we can't really coach each other for is, how do we control our own physiological responses? You can't really, either you're a cold psychopath where you can beat it, or you can't. And in this case, we've got 2 people who have to beat it to basically pass the smell test of the investigators. And they did. Now, I'm not saying that just because they passed it means they're not guilty. And I know that it's not admissible in a court of law. I get that. But it's just a screening tool. Because part of, and this is what I've been watching when it comes to these interviews, is that although the results of the polygraph are pertinent, what's almost even more so pertinent is how the subject responds to questions beforehand and how they respond to questions after. So they were bringing up certain things where they would say to the subjects, I'm going to give you a list of questions. And if you have any objection with any of these questions, or you feel that you don't agree with the wording, that you feel that if you answered that particular wording to that question, that you presumably could look guilty, that if there's anything about these questions, just let us know and we'll revise these questions. We want to make sure that we ask these questions in such a way that you don't feel any discomfort at all. And so most subjects will think, oh, this is great. They're making me feel right at home. And, I can go ahead and if I do feel anything when I hear these questions, before I even have to sit down and sit with the polygraph, before I even have anything hooked up to me, they say, here's what the questions are. And so if I feel any discomfort, I can say it. And if I don't say any, so like, no, those questions seem fine to me. Let's go ahead, let's sit down. And then so they sit down. And then the polygraph person says to him after he reads it, and he said, we seem to just be having a trouble. I don't know if it's with the machine or what it is, but there was the one particular question that I asked, and, would you mind if I asked that particular question again? And the subject's just going to say, well, sure, go ahead. You can ask again. And they are hooked up to the polygraph, so they asked it again. Why did they do that? So they could compare it to the first time to see if the needle responded the same way. So where I'm going with all of this is that if you've got two family members who pass the polygraph, and then let's just throw in Savannah as well, although I don't really think we have reason to believe that she would be involved. She still could be, but she passed too. And so all three of them passed. So in my mind, you've got this corroborating system of physiological responses that all back to each other. And what are the odds that if all three of them are guilty, that at least one of them would fail? Well, the odds would be pretty good. Probably two of them would fail. But instead, presumably they all passed. It's not a get out of jail free card, but for me, it's enough to be able to say that I don't think I can throw in a guilt on them. And I know that there's others involved too, such as Luke. And I listened to the interview with Luke. And I'm just going to tell you right now, when I listened to it, I thought to myself, the level of planning and sophistication that went into pulling this crime was not somebody of his caliber. This does not strike me as somebody who could compose even that ransom letter. So there's just no one that they have produced that's been within the family circle that to me is indicative of someone that would even have the caliber. I mean, yes, Tommaso with his education, and Annie, and even, well, there's just certain individuals, let's just say, that may have the caliber to pull it off, but when you're faced against the geofencing, you're faced against the polygraphs, you're faced against the GPS data, and you have to beat all those hurdles. You have to pass them all. And if you get even one flag or so, sheriff is going to say, you don't pass go, you don't collect $200, you're not cleared. And so that's just my position as far as why I think it's more indicative and more attractive for two individuals to say to themselves, well, this is the perfect crime for us because we're not connected to the family in any way. Nobody would suspect that it would be us. There's no evidence that would ever tie us to this family. Therefore, this crime becomes very attractive because we know that we cannot be traced easily. So that's my theory of why I think that I cannot bring suspicion on anyone that is connected to the family.
Yes.
I don't. somebody commented about, and this comment happened several days ago with a different commenter. So this must be a common theme where people have seen Savannah walking around in New York City with her family, and there's a picture of her with her kids and husband, whatever, and they don't seem to have any security near them. And I'll just say to that in my opinion, we don't. This could be just a planned photograph, that they're putting out there, that they're letting get out there. I don't know whether it's paparazzi or not, but all I can say is I've known about VIP people that look like they're not being escorted by security or anything, but you can't tell there's anything nearby at all. And within seconds, if anybody approaches that picture and everything, they're not tight in a crowd. This, to me, it's like a posed publicity picture, whatever this is with Savannah and her family. And so they don't want the security picture or whatever, the people there. But just all I'm trying to say is, believe me, there's heavy security on this family. And I believe if any endangerment was felt or cited right there in that moment, within seconds, the police or the security bodyguard people, they're under surveillance. Okay. They, until they're eliminated as a possible prime target here, these people are under. I mean, I don't understand why people don't understand why these people are not have high security set up in their life for them, and this is a primary time frame when they're going to have it even way more intensified. So, yeah. Anyway,
So Space
Yeah.
Cat, your expertise is being requested, and you're asked to expound on the Bitcoin and ransom notes. And I know that might, for some people, be difficult to hear, but for others, they really want to know. And so I think it's a fair question. We said we wanted people to put in the chat the questions that they had. And so I think it's fair that we give it some space. If you agree, Space Cat.
Well, this is what I know about the Bitcoin, and first of all, let's premise this whole thing. I am absolutely not a Bitcoin expert. I mean, I know something about the history of Bitcoin. I actually was involved in a forum where some of the founder people, just by coincidence, were starting. This is way back in 2008 or range, when this was, I could have been a billionaire story. If I just minted some Bitcoin in this forum and just forgot about it, I'd be a billionaire today. Anyway, that's one of those.
And the tie to the ransom notes. Don't forget to tie that in, because that's what he's wanted to know, is how they're tied together. Okay.
Yeah. All I can go is by what the experts say. Okay. So all I've never heard an FBI, the retired, obviously the working FBI people, you get nothing. They don't comment on anything. So you just have to go with all these retired people out here, all the experts and the crypto people. This is something that I'm a little surprised at. And actually, this is a blind spot. So I'm really glad that question was asked. That's an excellent, because they keep going to the police and the detectives for expertise or commentary about this. But why in the hell why hasn't Brian and Ashley Banfield? Now, see, this is a Nancy. Well, I don't really like Nancy Grace's analysis with anything, because she can be so ridiculous. But Ashley and Brian Itton would be the ones I would say they have a missing puzzle piece they have not fulfilled, and they need to do this in their reporting. And I would do that, is get a crypto expert in to talk about this, not just the police side of it, but the crypto Bitcoin expert that could explain this too. They need to break that down, because that's not being done. I can't even recall one real specialist that's very knowledgeable about the whole thing. But what all the police are saying, what all these retired people are saying, is that the crypto wallet, all right, when they created this wallet, the way to get the payment, that's a cryptographic key, all right? It's a public key that anybody can see, all right? But that's untraceable until money is put in that account. So that's like an address to pay the public key. That's cryptographically encrypted, and there's no way. This is part of the Bitcoin technology. You can't decipher that. You can't break the crypto on that part of that end of the thing. So that's why it makes it secure for transactions at that end. Okay, so you can give out your key, and nobody's gonna have access to your bank account or anyway, all that kind of stuff. You're protected. But when somebody pays you on that crypto key, and then the money, the Bitcoin is put in there, because you have to pay that with other Bitcoin. So you would have to take your cash and convert it into Bitcoin, pay somebody that the ransom people that have the Bitcoin address. So you get your Bitcoin, then you put it into that crypto key, and now that money that you put in there is made available to that person or persons, whatever. But nothing happens until they cash it. All right. Then the FBI and the police and all that can start tracing who is cashing that money. But the way this Bitcoin is, and a lot of crypto coin is that people don't just have one crypto key wallet or something. They interconnect them to many keys, to many wallets. And this is something I'm not an expert about, but it doesn't matter. This is the whole Bitcoin technology is based on traceability with this. So no matter how many wallets you pass through, or how old the Bitcoin is, or whatever this is, and this is going to be a maze of transactions. Whoever this person is that created this crypto key is not right directly at the other side to get this money. When that money's put in there, the 6 million or whatever, they're going to cash that crypto key. And then that money from that wallet is going to go into who knows how many wallets and how many places, and it's all going to be overseas, and it's going to, it's going to take a long time to unwind, and this is where everybody's boasting, at least on the government side, the FBI, all the experts in the financial things with Bitcoin say that they have advanced the traceability capabilities on this, that once a crypto key caches, that they're going to be able to trace it pretty quickly, that there's a high likelihood that they can trace it back quick enough to catch the people before they can get away. All right. And eventually, no matter what, they will trace it down. Okay. So whether it happens fast or not, that's where there's some doubt. And this is where all these detectives and police people are saying, no, they can do it now. They got the supercomputers, or they got whatever it is that the technology figured out to trace it quick. And so they're confident, they're all talking like 100% confidence that this will be traced quick enough to hopefully catch the criminals. And that's where the doubt still is, is how fast they can do that. But if you believe the whole system about Bitcoin and everything else, it'll be 100% traceable. And, that's why these people use the Bitcoin. And this is why I think this ransom and everything is so intricately planned and scheduled in a short order payment. It only goes out, 6 days or 7 days. Laundering the Bitcoin through their system, it will take the police more than a week to trace it back. That's their theorizing on the criminals think they're going to get away with this crypto key by giving a deadline of 7 days, and this is where I think maybe this is the only excuse I can give to Nancy and them is that Savannah and the family, because they keep telling me people to communicate with them, is that the FBI realized that, and I'm not saying this is true, but the FBI doesn't think that they're going to be able to catch them quick enough if they pay within 7 days. That's the only reason why I can think of the Guthrie family not paying it. Like they were, but to me, I would have paid absolutely without whether they trace it fast enough or not, because I would want those people found out and exposed. And considering Savannah's legal background and whole career in this field, why would whether she gets her mother back dead or alive is a moot point. You still would want to catch these people. So anyway, this is where I have cognitive dissonance, and I don't understand the family for not paying it, despite whatever the hell the FBI told them. I think the whole thing is stupid, but I guess that's what the idea is that the if they paid it within the 7 day time limit, then they were going to get away with it. Maybe the criminals were going to get away with it, but then that doesn't make any sense, because they say this crypto Bitcoin is 100% traceable. So yeah, they would get away with the 7 day leeway or whatever, but eventually they're supposed to be able to trace all this down. So, so the FBI should eventually catch them. Maybe it takes them 10 or 20 years, but they're gonna catch them. That's where you have this controversy about paying the thing. Oh yeah, there's yeah.
So the ransom letter, I think, tells us a lot about, or letters tell us a lot about that individual. And I think Space Cat has alluded to this previously. The angle that this goes opposite of the way that we normally would expect a ransom to go. And this is a problem that many people have with the ransom in general, is that it doesn't sound like a normal ransom. And this is where you almost have to accept that this person has more invested in it than just the money, because they want to create a situation where there's controversy. For example, when they put it in front of a news station like KOLD and TMZ, which they didn't have to do. They didn't have to do any of that. They could have done it with different ways, without having to use a third party in that way. So I think, it certainly tells us that they are sophisticated when it comes to the letter, and that they themselves were under the impression that they could defeat law enforcement and they could get the money. Because why would you set up this scheme? Why would you go through all of this unless you were confident that if they put the money in that account, that you could get the money and you could be free and you could walk away with it? So you'd have to be 100% confident that you could get it. Because why would you go through all that trouble to do all of that just to realize at the end that you can't get the money out without getting caught? It would be a failure. So they would have had to have thought in their mind that either A, they wouldn't have any fear of getting caught, period, or B, that there would be enough of a time frame that by the time law enforcement figured out, after going through several different boxes, probably through different countries, that they find out the route one, but by that time, the perpetrators are long gone. So they must have been confident enough that they could at least get to that point. But that still doesn't answer the fact that if their identity was unmasked and that they eventually did uncover the root wallet for the Bitcoin, that even then you would think that they would have had to have planned for that eventuality, because then you only have the perfect crime at that point. Because if you are found out and you're sniffed out and they know who you are, and the criminals pretty much know that LE knows who they are, well then you got this big load of money with you, but you're looking over your shoulder the whole time. And you know you're very recognizable because your face has already been put out there. So it's something that it's not that you have this anonymity anymore, particularly if you are the perpetrator on the porch. You don't have that anymore. And so now you have to be much more careful with the money. So it's still, though, to go through with it, because we must think at the time that when he was filmed on the porch that he didn't know he was being filmed. So he didn't know that he'd be filmed with a Mexican carry, and that his image would be released so that he could later be identified. There's no way that he could have known that at the time. I know there's some people that may say that, oh, he was a plant and he was put there to throw everybody off. And I'm sorry, but I don't buy into that depth of the theory. But I just will say that they had to have been relatively certain as criminals that to propose the letters like they did, they must have thought they were going to get a payday. And it just leads me more to believe that, as we talked about earlier in the conversation, that the best way to do this, if you were going to do it, would be to do it so that you're collecting the money outside of the United States, outside of the jurisdiction from where the crime occurred. You know, in another country where you know they don't have the same level of organization and surveillance, and it's just more difficult. That would be, attractive to a criminal. But it would not be attractive to a criminal if they lived in the United States per se, because now they're pretty much confined to those boundaries. That is, unless you're somebody who goes across the border. But if you are, or you frequent the border, you might be more well known. So it just strikes me as someone who, potentially is someone that's got a strong Mexican connection. And I'm torn, because in the sense that I feel like this person is of, Mediterranean persuasion, and potentially meaning that they are Mexican, but at the same time, they're knowledgeable enough about American culture that they know the right radio station to go to in the town that's close to the crime. They know the sensationalist TMZ organization to go to, which again suggests familiarization with American culture. So they almost leave behind these clues that would make you think that it's someone who is bilingual, someone who is comfortable in circles that if you had to engage with them in a conversation that was English, that they could do that fluently either way. So it almost strikes me as if it's somebody that would be comfortable of being in America enough to pull this crime off, and enough to fit in here, and certainly enough to compose ransom letters, which would have to be very sophisticated, just the verbiage in that, and in particular to avoid any inferences that English was not your primary language, so that it just rings of someone who has a blend, a little bit of both.
But see, I got a tip of the tongue interjection I got to do here. Okay.
Please.
So we got the going with the idea of two or more people, that the guy is local. They have a local connection, whether they grew up there and are away from there. That's very possible, whatever. Something, in my opinion, triggered this with Savannah and her media thing, likely the event, and there's this ego-driven thing to play this out on the stage of an international stage, not just it's a world stage event, because even people around the world are interested in this. You got people from Australia chatting in here constantly and whatever, we know this is international. So, got on the BBC and all that. So what I would say, if this is somebody still living in the local area, which I say there could be an extremely high probability that they're still there, that this person's there, but they have a family connection or the solid partnership connection with somebody in a foreign country to handle the unwinding of the money and to keep themselves separated from the concentric rings or something to connect them back, But maybe that's the way the FBI ultimately, was thinking. Well, I mean, this is the way I would be thinking. You connect it back. That's why Savannah should pay, or should have paid, was then they collect they initiate the cryptocurrency when they're ready, and now you find out where it traces back to what countries this is in, and then you will find out those country connections back to the Tucson area, right? So you would trace the source criminal back that way. I mean, that seemed to me like it enhance your chances vastly to do that. But yeah, this is what I would think. Whoever this is, they could feel perfectly comfortable living in the area and all that. They're ego driven and they have the sophistication. So you could have your crypto. You'd have to have full trust, right, with the person in the foreign country to handle the money and the whatever until you start collecting on it yourself. But there's a lot. I mean, this is a huge criminal world, crypto. It's not just Bitcoin. So, I mean, you could have your person over in the foreign country or whatever getaway. If you're not in the foreign country yourself by now, they could cash it into other cryptocurrencies and pay you back through crypto. I would think, there might even be a higher likelihood that this person would receive payment in some other cryptographic, currency back in the United States if they're still sitting here. But I could still see somebody arrogant enough to be here if they got the solid crypto connection overseas. But anyway. But then that makes them, they should be traceable back from the Bitcoin, that would maybe give them the connection with the FBI to maybe find the perpetrator. But we'll never know because it was never paid. So, but yeah.
Well, in the chat, there is a point that is brought up, and that point is, but what if the Bitcoin is traced to an overseas account to Sweden or Switzerland? One of those countries does not divulge any banking information to police or law enforcement agencies, meaning to our country, I would think, is what is being meant by that. So is there certain countries that have these exclusive sovereignty, banking regulations where in a kidnapping case that they don't have to provide that information?
Well, whoever this criminal is, they're sending the crypto to some foreign country that has no, probably Russia or some. I mean, who knows? Some country that has no cooperation with our FBI here. Obviously, that's going to, in my opinion, it's going to trace through there at some point. Where you're, probably could be multiple countries that don't cooperate with the U.S. I mean, this Bitcoin is worldwide, and because it's a criminal underworld enterprise, a lot of the transaction, even though it's all traceable, yeah, they you know, I mean, assuming this person's a crypto expert, a Bitcoin expert, they're going to run it through countries or the end points that are not cooperating with the United States. Just run through Iran, you know.
So let's
right now, war with Iran. I mean, who's going to get any cooperation from them? So
let's talk about that. So, you know, most people would think that if you are going to put your hands on the physical money, that wherever that money is dispensed, that you're going to have to be there in that location to get the money. Meaning that, I mean, I know someone could set up a system where they say, no, you don't have to be in that location. Someone could ship it to you, you know, so the money could be physically produced. And then once someone has it in their hands, they could put it in a box and ship it somewhere. So I realize that is, you know, alternate way to receive the money and not be at the physical location. But where I'm going with this question is so that when someone has a Bitcoin account and money is put in that account, let's just presume that the wallet flipped through a bunch of different countries, and that wallet ended up, the final wallet where you're going to get the money from, and this is just hypothetically, happened to be Mexico. So does that mean then that the person who gets the money out of the wallet has to be in Mexico because that's where the last wallet is? Because if it's not that case, and let's say that it is Russia or it is Sweden, but yet your perp happens to be in Mexico, so then how is it that they get the money from the Bitcoin wallet in a different country if they're not in that particular country? So what I'm saying is, if they're leveraging financial regulations from a country that is advantageous because that's why they want that's where they want that wallet to be for that strategic reason, yet they don't live there, they're still going to be faced with the task of getting their hands on the physical money and doing it in such a way that it is discreet. So my question is, just so the chat knows, because I actually do not know this question, but I am very curious about it. And that is that, so if they are the criminals receiving it in a Bitcoin account and they want to get their hands on the money once it's deposited in that wallet, how do they get from the point to where it's physically appearing in the wallet to where they're walking away with the money in their hand, where they have physical cash that's in their hand, or even on a card, if you want to go that far and just say now it's on a card and they can use a card, but somehow they're converting it to something that they can use?
Well, yeah.
That would not be traceable like money, because I know that if you try to use that electronically, go ahead.
Well, but I mean, there's so many things you can convert it into, right? You could get it converted into gold, so then you carry your gold away, right? Unlikely you're going to convert it into any form of cash because you're going to a bank to go pick up the cash or some financial place or something. I don't know. I mean, maybe gold is more underworld, that has a lot of Middle Eastern connections. I don't know about Mexico. I assume a lot of the prime people down there convert stuff into gold, you know, hard assets. That would be, you know, a movable asset that's untraceable. I mean, that's what they're going to do. And I would find the best. Yeah, that would be like a really good thing to find some place that's converted into gold, because you could just take that and that's untraceable at that point. The cash thing is a big problem. You wouldn't want to convert the Bitcoin out into any form of cash. Some kind of asset that you can convert. You know, you could convert it, like I said, into another crypto thing. In other words, just keep going down the crypto line and convert whatever assets that crypto stuff can be converted into. You would convert it, but then at that point, it's assuming that's still traceable, it'll still trace back through that eventually through the cryptography. That's something I'm not real clear on. I'm not an expert on with the Bitcoin. It's not 100% traceable, but how much of a problem does it become when you go into other crypto? In other words, you convert the Bitcoin into another form of crypto, and how interconvertible is that? That I think that's done, and then how traceable is that other crypto once you convert it into that? So all these are real I guess are, there's a heavy trafficking of criminal activity in cryptography. So yeah, I guess the more I think about that, the more I think I've just been bullshitted by all the police and the FBI people that have said they're gonna get their man as soon as they convert that crypto key, and then maybe this is why the family didn't pay, because they know 100% chance in 7 days they can convert it and then get away, and there's less likelihood to catch them. I mean, it'll trace back somewhere, but then it'll be a dead end. I don't know that. That's why I'm saying they need to get a crypto expert. To me, that seems logical that can happen. And, I'm just telling you if you go listen to all the streams and the FBI experts and all that, they're all boasting that the government's, has solved this problem with Bitcoin. And see, Bitcoin wants to be legitimized. This is a big movement, and even the Trump administration on some levels supporting this, where it's more legitimate. So, personally, I think there's a way. Personally, I think there's an absolute 100% way in that timeline. If this person's really cryptographically expert, and the little expertise I have in this field, that they can get away in 7 days, because they can time when they cash the thing and all that. They had a scheduled plan, everything in line, and if they're paid within that time frame, and then they can initiate whatever it is they're going to do and then get away with it. Obviously they got to be thinking that.
Well, you'd even have to be beyond that. You'd have to be thinking to the point to where it wouldn't just be that yes, you have the 7-day leeway time until they track it back to the root account, but even when they get to the root account, that they still can't actually put your name on it. Because once they do put your name on it, it really doesn't matter how much leeway of time that you've given them, because now they know who you are anyway. So it's going to have to be something that literally is foolproof from all the way around. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure there's. Every day, who knows how many? Every day, who knows how many fraudulent bank accounts and things are set up. This is probably an uncommon thing that people do get away with, setting up fraudulent bank accounts. They have fake IDs, they trace it back to somebody else. It's identity theft, something like that. You can commit a fraud, committed identity theft. I would think. I'm sure this is done all the time with banks. So you certainly could do it with Bitcoin too. You prevent. In other words, you have the Bitcoin account set up so it traces back to somebody else, maybe that's randomized.
So that's what's interesting about it, is that we can conclude that for the average person, that if you tried to pull this caper off with Bitcoin, it's probably not going to work for you, and you're probably going to get busted because you only have average evasion skills. But if you're, say, someone, and I'm not saying that we would know for certain, but let's just say hypothetically, if you're someone from the financial services industry where you're very familiar with dealing with that type of currency and you do it all the time, then it would make much more sense that you would feel confident that you would get away with this because you understand it very well. And
Yeah,
it would,
this would be here. Let me just interject. It would be somebody along the line. The correct terminology I'm looking for is money laundering. All right, that's what I'm trying to would be. I mean, I would think there's a Bitcoin money launderer. You know, not money, but Bitcoin laundering, whatever you want to call it. But somebody that knows how to clean the Bitcoin up, right? They do this with money all the time. So I mean, you know, so
right.
I
So
at this point, yeah, I just think we've probably been bullshitted by all the streamer FBI experts and all this crap that they're going to catch the guy and trace it back. It just must be another myth to me, based on just talking with you and trying to play this out and how much criminal activity is involved in crypto, and crypto isn't legitimized yet. Yes, I just have to assume we've been lied to by the government or saying boasting that but whatever it is, the crypto person on the other end here will never know because they didn't pay it. So maybe they didn't pay it because they were told on the inside, just like you and Carolyn were saying the other day, that there's absolutely every that they can 100% get away with the money. I mean, my only argument that I had back against you all on that was to say that, well, I've heard all these FBI and CIA, whatever, who all these people are they talk to with the secret, classified government, that they can't do that anymore. And then I've heard, the idea that there is this pressure in the financial markets to legitimize Bitcoin more so, but it's not accepted yet. It's not totally legitimized. So, I'm mistaken. I mean, I'd have to say at this point in our conversation, with everything we've come up to this point, we need a crypto expert that is way more knowledgeable about this stuff, because now I'm not believing all these experts out here, because we've been scammed by them. So many, I mean, they're saying they make many mistakes along the way the whole time. We're better sleuths than they are because we're more detailed. So now I'm saying we've been bullshitted on the, I have to go that you flipped my thinking now. I don't believe it's 100% traceable.
yeah,
That's
and
the
so
only thing. Rational mind with the cognitive dissonance with Savannah not paying that out, that must be 100% they're going to get away with the crime.
right. And the other thing that I was thinking about, and the piece to that I wanted to build on that, is that, so just like how we talked about that, if this is the common criminal, if this is not the sophisticated criminal that doesn't have the specialized knowledge, they're gonna get tripped up in this, and they're not gonna get their payday, and they're gonna get caught, and they're not gonna have it set up well enough to evade. They might say have a couple layers in, but it won't be sophisticated enough that with enough minds on it that they'll quickly crack it. But where I'm going with this is that the person who would be able to set up a situation where they could win would be someone who either A, is highly educated in financial services and has like a bona fide education in it and understands the laundering process. Not necessarily an accountant, but someone that could have been even schooled in the ways of how you do it uh, through legitimate means. So they're actually a polished person and they understand, how this is done and how it is secretly done, enough to the point to where it's told them basically like, okay, this is sufficiently motivating me that I can do this because I think I'm going to get paid. Because why would I even go there if I didn't think at the end of all this work that I'm going to walk away scot-free without looking over my shoulder all the time, wondering if someone has caught me. So we're kind of, I'm just putting out there that we're developing a profile of somebody who is very intelligent, someone who understands financial services well. They're the type of person who has, think of the amount of time that you would need to invest just to be able to say to yourself, I know it so well that I can defeat, 500 minds. So even if 500 minds hopped on this, I can defeat them. And why is that? Because I've researched it all the way 10 ways of Sunday, and maybe even like experimented with it to the point to where they understood how the transactions all work. But my point is, it's almost like a hands-on um, type of learning that the only person who's going to say that I'm comfortable enough to do this is someone who thinks that I can outwit the people, So not only can I outwit TMZ and, you know, the news station and the FBI, you know, but I can even get the money and walk away free from even the best technical experts around. And that says a lot about the person who would go to this degree to set it all up. You have to be very, I mean, you have to be extremely sophisticated to do this because they'd already have sniffed you out where this would have originated from. We still have the actual Bitcoin address that's there. And so you would know that they would have even been all over that to say to themselves, like, okay, well, how did this get created? And start walking down through that. And so that had to be covered up as well because, inevitably it would lead back to someone, like when we consider like the sophistication of someone like Kalela, this would not be the type of guy who could mastermind intercontinental Bitcoin transactions. It's just not going to happen. We're talking about somebody who is very familiar with finances and more than likely probably on an international level. So that if somebody said to them, listen, I need you to set me up Bitcoin to where it's going to circulate through several countries and it will end up in here, at this particular country, be it Sweden, Russia, whatever, that this person is so proficient that they could go onto the computer and they could probably set all that up within a very short time span. They'd be so fast at it because they understand it so well. And you don't get like that unless you've had your fingers wet, unless you have had exposure to these kind of things. So it just strikes me as someone who, is very sophisticated, very polished, and I just can't get this bilingual part out of it because this Mexican carry thing, it still strikes me as someone who, does have this ethnic background. And as we do see that they got away with this portion of the crime that probably was the most difficult part. And that is, how do you get in and out of a neighborhood where you have to do multiple surveillances, multiple recons, up close and personal, to make sure there's no dog, make sure the cameras are not transmitting or they're being paid attention to, the images that are sent, all these things, and then actually go in and get Nancy out and pull it all off and not be spotted. You're going to have to be pretty sophisticated to pull that off. And so I just feel that this is really, go ahead.
Yeah, something that I thought of just on this timeline thing with the ransom. This is important to interject. It's a new realization. Is that since they did answer Cameron on Friday, and he said we needed to know and all that, and they're demanding proof of life or whatever, but they did get an answer from the person the next day. So obviously they're paying attention. They're going to answer the family. So we don't know what's in the ransom note, but except that it was, I mean, the reply. There's no more ransom. It's just said there's a threatening, dark chat. I mean, it's a very threatening response back to say you better do this or else, and this is a very bad. Who knows what? It sounds like a very dark message was presented. You know, an emotional, considering the intricacy of the supposed original notes and all this, the sophistication, it's got to be some really, you know, I would say dramatic response. But who's to say then, okay, if you're really wanting the money, see, this could be a clue as to who this criminal is. All right. There's no reason in that threat not to say something unique about Nancy, or something that shows she's in the present because of some news event, or something that, you know, connects back to Nancy that's very personal, intimate, that would indicate to them that she's still alive, or she could answer something in a certain way that she's giving an answer to something that verifies that she's alive in the present. You know what I mean? Just because of there is ways to do this. I don't know the example off the top of my head, but why didn't, we don't know whether they did or not here, but I mean, the opportunity was there at that point, was to say something to make them think that Nancy was still alive, and then have the threat in there as well. Because if they didn't offer the proof of her being alive in that thing like that, then maybe she's not alive, and so the family worked that out, and they don't care about getting the body because the body was only worth $1 million to them later on. I guess all I'm trying to say is that the perpetrator should have said something to them. And we don't know what's in the note, but if I was the perpetrator, I would have said something in that note, not just the threatening language, but yeah, I would have indicated something again that I really have Nancy, and I would say it in such a way that somehow proves she's still alive. I don't know how to do that right off the top of my head, just by words, something. But maybe you could do it like a key coded thing, like something the family's already said to them, and they know Nancy would respond this way by some previous communication. And so by saying at a later date, it's likely she's still alive because she's responded back. You know what I'm saying? To what Savannah said previously. They could get Nancy to come up with something new to respond to her on Friday that lets them believe she's alive, because nobody else could come up with that but Nancy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, as graphic as I hate to say that it would be, I mean, you could, if you're sending it in an email, you could just put a graphic in the email, and that graphic could just be Nancy, you know, showing a newspaper and a date of the newspaper, holding it up, you know.
Yeah.
I guess that could be AI too, but go ahead.
Right. But anyway, I think it could be done in words too somehow. I mean, I'm thinking about the traceability with everything. I don't know if you send a graphic image that could put you way at more risk. They were able to risk sending in a text to that news organization, right? That's how they communicated. So since they risked to send that on Friday, they could have sent something at least by text in there that would show she's alive by answering in a certain way, based on something Savannah already said that would let, you know, because it would be more likely she's alive still. So, and we don't know. Maybe they did do that with the threatening thing or something. It's just, to me, I mean, if I'm really trying to collect the money and she's still alive, then I would want to insert something in there, right, to be sure I get that money on Monday.
Well, one thing is for certain, and that is that not only do we see a great deal of technical sophistication with the Bitcoin setup, but in addition, if you're going to be sending an email or a text to KOLD or an email to TMZ, you have to know that the FBI is going to be into the servers. They're going to be all over any digital footprint that they can, which means they're going to try to trace back the sources of where those letters came from. And obviously, they came back cold. They didn't ever find out, obviously, you know, and so that tells you right there that there's another indication that not only do we have the financial sophistication part where they can feel confident with setting up multiple wallets on different, you know, continents and going through that whole transaction process, but then also the fact that they feel that they can defeat communications, you know, whether it's multiple VPNs, whatever the case is. But you know, it's more and more pointing towards someone who's very technically proficient, someone who's well studied, and someone who is familiar with community. Like, you would not think that this would be a person who would be standing on a corner with a bunch of criminals looking for the next deal that they can, you know, work on the side. It doesn't come off. It comes off as someone who's much more polished than that.
Yeah, that component to the thing definitely is going to tell you a lot about who, at least one of the participants, if it's multi-person, tells you a lot about that person, and that person is likely the mastermind doing, because that crypto part's the payment part, and likely to be the ego-driven person too. You know, that's likely to be integrated into the same person. You know what I mean? The crypto, computer tech knowledge, and the ego-driven thing to make it a media event would be all encapsulated in the same person. I wouldn't see that as too necessarily. Well, I guess I don't know. They would have to be knowledgeable of the crypto enough with the other person if the other person's the crypto person. Yeah.
Well, if we were considering the fact, you know, that it was potentially two brothers or like a duo that was related to where they have this high degree of loyalty, that when you throw that into it and you say to yourselves, like, okay, well, if they came from the same cloth, that they would be equally sophisticated, equally intelligent for the most part. And so, you know, it brings up this point that is the one that's to me, this is like the weirdest one of them all. And that is that, so you have this person who's technically sophisticated, they're financially sophisticated, things that normally you would consider to be valuable to have a career with. For example, you know, if you have enough knowledge to be able to do those kind of things, you certainly probably have enough knowledge to get an accountant degree and make a legal living, but you chose to go the other way. And so what's so fascinating about that is that not only do you have these degrees of technical expertise, but the most strangest thing, the addition to it, is that this person, if we are to say that it is the porch perp, that this person also had the ability to mindlessly and without apparent sensitivity go and inflict great bodily harm on someone, walk into premises that were not their own property, and literally take a little old lady out in the middle of the night who probably was so fearful of her life that, to think of the type of person who would look into the eyes of someone who, was just filled with terror. And if they could walk themselves through that and say, yeah, I could do that. No problem. You really have to be the type of individual who, I mean, from a psychological perspective, you'd have to detach yourself from the humanity that other person was exhibiting. For example, if she was crying, if she was all those things that normally would trigger an emotional response in somebody, that this would be somebody that would be subdued in, that they could tell themselves in their mind that it was okay, and that when they even see someone in maybe even possibly begging for their life, and this person would have zero pity, that we have to ask ourselves that it's a very unique blend to have someone with that level of coldness and ruthlessness, and then you put it together with such a high degree of technical sophistication, such as the ability for international financial transactions and multiple email VPNs and those kind of things to create up all these layers to where they can't be detected. Yet they're also just by chance happen to be this person who can be this cold-blooded killer. And we don't know for certain that this person had the intent from the beginning that they were going to kill her. And there's an easy enough theory that could be that they only intended to kidnap and that she died and they did not intend for her to die. But I don't necessarily think that is the most logical outcome, because if they're going to go in there and they're going to inflict blood to the thing that they did, and they just the act itself, and the fact that the ransom letters gave a specific time frame, and that if it wasn't going to go down by that time frame, that the ransomers must have known that if they weren't returning Nancy and it wasn't going to go down by the time frame that it was stated, that Nancy was no longer going to have any value in that situation, and that meant that Nancy would go away, and they would know that, and that would be that she would either go away because they would not give her the things that she needed and let her perish, or they physically just made her go away. And so either one of those still brings us back to an individual who either knowingly had to commit a homicide to end this whole ordeal, or had to let one happen and knew that it would happen. Like, say, if you closed the door when you knew somebody was going to die on the other side, maybe you didn't directly kill them, but you knew that by not allowing them care that they were going to die, is you pretty much the same thing, right? And so you have this person who is capable of doing something like this, yet they have this level of sophistication as well. And this is the most fascinating thing about it, because it's counterintuitive to the stereotype that we expect for the common criminal. Go ahead, Scott.
Just debating in my mind, thinking about this, because I keep flicking back and forth with my cognitive dissonance on this, why they didn't pay, or, why they should have paid. I just flipped the other way, that, that's why they didn't pay, because they're not going to solve the thing, catch them. So I guess, and her body's only worth $1 million later on. But then now I've just flipped back the other way. I think this is where maybe this is where Savannah's under this same line of thinking or problem, pay or not to pay, and she just like flipped the coin or some shit. I mean, I now I flip back. I would pay, even if 100% they're getting away with it, because we need to unwind that part of the story. The police are going to trace back the crypto thing, They are going to go back to the end point. And even if it's 100%, the criminal's going to get away, it still traces back to give clues to the future as to who this person is or persons are, right? This could reveal to the world. I mean, it's going to be an incredible interest story. I mean, at that point, just listen. This is what I was trying to say the other night. This Bitcoin is trillions on the line. This is what people don't understand, this background force that's out there right now. This is trying to be legitimized by billionaires, and there's trillions of dollars on the line, and this transforms society, okay? This is not some little thing. So this is like an example play out of this story as to what Bitcoin really is, how legitimate it is, what can be done with it, all this stuff. And we've had the FBI and the intelligence agents and all this flaunt that they're going to catch the guy, catch these people, all right, through whatever means they've got, the Trump's going to throw the secret, the CIA on it, whatever, the high tech, everything that the NSA stuff on it, whatever it is. This is out there. This has been presented to me. That's what I've been believing all along. But I realize these people are all just bullshitters with a lot of other mistakes they've made, so they're not necessarily telling anything close to the truth. But the impact of this story, though, okay, by paying that Bitcoin thing, and then they cash it in and they get away with it 100%. But this exposes Bitcoin to the world, what criminals can do, and what all these political forces that are trying to legitimize Bitcoin can do to legitimize it. We're going to have to be able to trace it back to catch the people. And this whole technology is built on this fundamental idea of traceability. Okay? So this brings into play, I'm just saying, way more powerful forces than just the ransom of Nancy. This is a lot bigger game. It's a next level. It's 3D chess. This is now up on the, it really is. You think about this. This is the international story of Bitcoin, right? And
If anything, to me, it shows the fallibility of it. Because, for example, if they can't even figure out who set up the wallet, they can't figure that out. And this is what the avenue was going to be for how the cash was received, was in that wallet. And according to all indications, they haven't even been able to figure that out. So, in my opinion, it just looks to me that whether they would have put money in there and the perps would have got away with it scot-free, or whether they get away scot-free after having created the Bitcoin accounts and still didn't get detected, that they really did show the fallibility of Bitcoin. That this is something that can be defeated, and it was such a point that it left someone feeling extremely confident that they could go ahead and say, you know what, we'll try to do a ransom like this because we feel that it is foolproof, that we can get our money. Because again, it goes back to the same thing that we talked about, and that is, why would you go through all of this trouble, all this risk, if you didn't think you were going to get paid? And you'd have to think that you were going to be 100% paid, because for you to rationalize it in your mind, to go through with it, you wouldn't say to yourself, well, there's a 99.9%.
Yeah, but here's,
go ahead.
Yeah, I got to interject. I'm trying to justify why Savannah, how they can do what they did. All right. There has to be a way to logically work that out.
Bring it.
The only thing I can come up with now, this gives them an out, is that because trillions of dollars are on the line, This is a huge story. It's going to prove or disprove the validity of Bitcoin, our criminology, everything. Don't you understand? This is the future of crime on the line, okay? So the only thing I can come up with now is that the Secret Service, the president, whatever, the FBI, Kash Patel, they came to her and they said, look, we're screwed. These people can get away with this stuff. And you know what? If we play this out and you pay the money on this international scale story, then we're going to, this is going to increase this type of crime to next level, players. Everybody's going to jump into it. And because Wall Street and billionaires and trillions of dollars are online with Bitcoin, and they got the political support through people like Trump and all this stuff coming around, all right, there's this financial market pressure to get Bitcoin to work, to legitimize it, right, to bring it out. But it's fundamentally a fraud. We can't solve the crypto, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's a huge political gamble or whatever to have this play out and be embarrassed and not solve the crime and the people get away with the crypto, so that you could come to Savannah and say, we can't do this at this time because it's gonna give criminals a way out and it's going, and all the financial interests will be destroyed, that are in Bitcoin.
So
it's just, I know it's getting pretty wild. And then that's why I was saying it would be fascinating too to know if anybody in their family is involved in crypto, because, they're all in the age ranges that they could, it's mostly people in their late 50s and beyond that don't have anything to do with crypto, but younger people. all I'm trying to say is, Tomato's and Annie's and Savannah's and her husband's circle of age groups, there might be people that they're involved with crypto or something, have some connection that way or something. But anyway, I'm just trying to think of, if you were Savannah, what would you, because she has this legal background and she wants to fight crime, and she thinks that the FBI is telling the truth. These people are going to get away with it, and we can't have this get out into the public knowledge that Bitcoin is full of criminals and fraud, and there's all these market pressures. She's up in New York City that want to legitimize Bitcoin, and billionaires are in it, and even Trump. You said, I'm saying these higher forces at play that box in them.
Well, I can
greater good. Does that sound totally crazy, or?
Well, it's not as I don't see it as big as that, but I'm not saying it's not possible either. But I will tell you that, it did come back to one of the things that we had talked about before just recently, and so I was on a law enforcement website or channel, and both of the individuals who host this website are law enforcement officers. I believe they're retired law enforcement officers. And I've been in their channel quite a bit and interacting here and there. And it's been an interesting place to test out the various things that we've said in our conversations, because I've been able to drop them into the chat on there, and they respond to me and they will answer my questions typically. And so I did drop into the chat. All I said very simply was, why didn't Savannah pay the ransom? Because you know how we have talked about the fact that she had every financial ability to do it, and she had the final call, so that even if the FBI said to her, well, we don't think it's a good idea, and we don't think it's a good idea because of this, that, and the other thing. That still at the end of the day, Savannah had the last call. And so I knew when I dropped that in the chat and I said to them, why did not Savannah pay the ransom? He came back right away and he said, Jason Bourne, do you want me to tell you why she didn't pay the ransom? I'll tell you why. Because there was no proof of life. And again, this was something that we considered as part of a potential reason why, but then we also knew and had concluded that when they had said, we just want our mother back and we're willing to, pay and if it's just to celebrate her life, that's then so be it. We just want to pay. So they were willing to pay even without proof of life. So I did not come back in the chat and say more things along the lines that would have rebutted what they said, because I didn't want to be known in the chat as the person who was kind of going against the grain of things that were being said, because I understand the way that and they did go on about it. They basically said, in no circumstances, in no way ever would any law enforcement officer ever advise someone to take and pay a ransom without proof of life. It just wouldn't happen. It's total counter to what you would never do something like that without knowing for a fact that person was alive. That's what they were saying. And they went on at length about that. And so I do think, there's this tendency in law enforcement to believe that, Savannah, the real reason why was because of that reason. But I don't know that necessarily that was the real reason. And and this is what we were talking about again, is, well, why didn't she then? Why didn't she pay? And the only thing that I could think of is kind of going back to what you were going to say, that they told her that, go ahead, you could put your money out there, but if you do, we can't catch them quick enough, or we can't even guarantee that we can catch them at all. And so it's a long shot. And actually, I wouldn't be surprised if they told them, Savannah, the odds are that we can't catch them. We can't catch them. Because that would be sufficient maybe to make her not do it. I still would say, though, that even if because most people, if they have the money that she had, and there's even the 10th of a chance or the 100th of a chance that they could get their mom back, and sure, they knew that they were going to be millions of dollars short, but they still get their mom back, that most of them would still say, no, I'm going to go do it. If you're telling me there's even the remotest of a chance, I'm just going to put the money out there, because it's a gamble, but it's all that I've got. And she didn't do that. And so it's almost as if someone would have told her, you have no chance. You have no chance. If you put your money out there, you're throwing it in the wind, because there will be no return on investment, because they can beat us on this. And they could say something to her like, if they're sophisticated enough, they can pull this off. They might say, like, if they only do this, this, and this, we could probably catch them. But once they go beyond these levels, and they cloud it so much that we can't really tell what's coming from where anymore, that they can tell her, like, then we can't say that we can even solve it at that point so whether or not it's traceable does fully hinge on Savannah either declining or accepting. Because if they said to her, we can't trace it, we cannot trace it, we don't know for sure, that wherever we'll catch these people if you drop that money in there. That's the only thing that I could think of, Space Cap.
Yeah, I'm sorry to go on circles on this whole thing, but and I, you know, anyway, if I all I can say is if I was the billionaires and the Trumps and the Bitcoin people, and I knew that I knew that this could be exposed. This whole big gamble to legitimize Bitcoin could be exposed as a fraud because of this international case with Savannah, and there are huge financial interests that would take a high intensity look at this. I mean, they realize that trillions of dollars are on the line with this. I mean, maybe nobody. I mean, to me, the people that are the experts in this absolutely would see this as a big test case on some huge levels. So you've got I guess what I'm. Yeah, there is this huge political maneuvering and interest, at least if she pays that, what that's going to affect billions or trillions of dollars, the outcome of this case, and because she's up in New York and she's got this international story, it's going to play out into it's going to turn into a Bitcoin story. It is going to take over the financial Wall Street commentary, the Wall Street Journal, all those people, all the financial cable companies. You see what I'm saying? I mean, this transforms it to even something bigger than Nancy's abduction.
I mean, it could, but there's something in the chat that I want to bring up before it goes too far. And because I think that it's relevant to what we've talked about, and it hones right into it. And this is Capture Dandy, says, I think she shouldn't have told them that they would pay and then didn't. Which is, you and I brought this up, and that is that, you get out there and you say to the ransomers that are listening, we want to pay. We're ready. Tell us how to pay. Tell us what to do. Just like how we had talked when the ransomers had already made it known what the method of payment was. And this is how you do it, and this is when you do it. And, so the fact that didn't get done on Savannah's behalf. Just looking here at the comment again to make sure that I take all that in. Yeah, what she did was she set up the expectation with them. Yes, we want to pay. We want to pay. And then when they realized that the family was basically not honoring what they said they would do, then I'm sure that the ransomers said, well, we know what's up here. They're trying to set up a sting on us. They want us to contact them and do it their way and go through their methods of contact, and that's not happening because that's not what the plan was from the outset. So, I think that Nancy or Savannah not paying, it had to have been that she just thought that there was zero chance that they were going to catch them. I mean, because other than that, you're setting up the expectation with the ransomers that you can't be held to your word. Because if you're sitting there saying to somebody, I want to pay, I want to pay, I want to pay, and then they give you the means by which you should pay, and you don't do it, but you send your brother on after the fact to say, we're waiting to hear from you. We need to hear from you, and we're ready to pay. That right there in and of itself was not any part of the agreement whatsoever. So, I definitely think, that Savannah had the final call in this, and it is the most important thing that, why she didn't pay when she had the final call. She had the money to do it. And the only thing that I can think of is that she thought that it would be a nothing return, be a nothing burger to put it in there. you know. As to why someone else didn't do it, like Trump, for example, I did see that in the comments. Why didn't Trump put up the ransom? And that almost would be like another fair question like that is why didn't NBC put up the ransom? Um, you know, so there's questions as to why and who didn't put up the ransom. I can tell you, I felt like the reason why the networks didn't step up is because that would just send a message to other ransomers that hey, the networks are open for business. We can take more of their anchors and their employees and say, hey, we've got one of your people, pay us. And the networks do not want to be known for that kind of a target. So I think that would pretty much bar that. And then as far as Trump individually putting up the money for the ransom, I'm sure there would be some people who would find a good reason to object to that. There certainly is going to be, and in those type of decisions, it always is about politics and what decision is most beneficial. So I don't know in that particular instance whether it would even be a benefit for him to do that or not. I mean, it seemingly would be from the outset if Trump did it. Certainly might look good, but you know how it is that there's certain people out there that will take even the best of intentions and turn it into
Well,
something.
here I can tell you why Trump wouldn't do it, because again, we're coming back to this idea, because there's this huge financial issue with Bitcoin, ultimately the legitimacy of it and legitimizing it, and he's politically involved with that. He isn't going to want to pay. I mean, just assuming
They got
these
away with it. He looked really bad.
so you can't expose the Bitcoin as being illegitimate. This is what I'm trying to emphasize. The Bitcoin is illegitimate in the sense that it is a criminal's dreamland. It's where you can still get away with the most crazy ass crimes, the international crime ransom of the century, even, right? Okay, this is what I'm saying. There's exposing, so there must be something about this Bitcoin that's not as trusting. It is a laundry, a money laundering or person's wet dream. I mean, it's like there. So and this is where you have all these huge financial interests on the line. Okay, they're going to lose billions. What I'm trying to say is, ultimately, they're going to lose trillions of dollars they could have made on Bitcoin if it's this bad. All right, if you can't trace back and catch this criminal on this thing, then Bitcoin is null and void as anything legitimate. All right. That is the whole. This has been going on forever, right? There's been talking about, Bitcoin with its traceability and all that kind of stuff. So, anyway, there's all these financial interests. So all I'm trying to say is that all these bets are down on the table, and if Bitcoin delegitimizes and goes away, some financial interests are going to win on that because they never wanted it, but others, have been trying to overthrow. People think this is going to help overthrow governments and transform society by having this type of technology, because they're trying to build,
Well, it's great.
current.
It's great if it's traceable. That's great, because anytime you can make the movement of currency where you can say we're getting rid of the black market, if you can do that to where you make everything transparent, that's moving toward a good thing, because when things are in the black market, that means people can be exploited and bad things can happen as a result of that. So once you make everybody have to put all their cards on the table and make everybody have to obey the same rules, that's a good thing. But as far as this particular system of Bitcoin, and obviously, and unless I'm wrong, to me, if the FBI can't come to us and say, well, we've had 50 days now and we can tell you we did figure out who created the wallet. We know who created the wallet. If they could tell me that, then I could believe that they would be able to also figure out who would take money out of the wallet. But when they can't even tell me who created the damn wallet, and I certainly am not then going to be able to believe that they can actually trace down somebody who's sophisticated enough to set up many wallets and try to make them walk through the paces across, continents. So I just
But
I
but
think
that, I think it's the fundamental misunderstanding you might be having. I mean, I do believe I'm correct on this. Anybody can create a crypto key, and you're completely anonymous because you're protected by that cryptography. Cryptography. If you look up cryptography, look up public keys on doing exchange. In other words, it's possible to exchange totally unbreakable code, using public keys. This is a well-known technology that was, that's been used a long time with luminaries in the field. I know the history, but I don't know. I mean, I've known it. I don't know how to repeat it off my tongue right now, but this is a solid thing. So there's no problem creating a public cryptographic key to be paid. And there's no way in hell they're going to find out who created that. That, I believe, is foolproof. What the issue with Bitcoin and all of this is that that's fine. You can create as many public keys as you want. It's only until money goes into the account that you can, and then it's accessed, that you start tracing it. And that's where it's 100% traceable. All right. Where it's supposedly perfect. It takes because the launderers and the criminals know how to use all these wallets and spread it out and maybe commit fraudulent accounts along the way. So if you can launder money through fake accounts that somebody else fronted you or stolen identity, then you can pass through and get away with the crime.
it's
So
true.
I'm thinking that's the weak link.
Sure.
That's there in Bitcoin that the FBI can't solve, and that this is something they don't want this getting out. The interests that want Bitcoin, they do not want this story out there. They do not want this thing. They do not want this world famous case to come to public light and be under scrutiny. And I'm just trying to say they're bigger interests with way more money and financial stuff on the line and people's reputations, that this to me now becomes, I mean, here I'm in the conspiratorial world. This becomes something that you do not want exposed. You're for the Bitcoin. You do everything you can to suppress it if it's got a fundamental flaws in the system, because everybody's been, the whole thing's been built up to legitimize it. I mean, the Fed, which is a private institution of banking institutions. It's not, they call it the Fed, but it's really not government. But government regulation and all this, they're trying to get Bitcoin more regulated and more real. And so, I mean, it's a big thing. So they do not want this out now that Bitcoin is so vulnerable. I mean, I mean, to me, that's like a bigger, even more important thing than Savannah's case. And I just do think there are people with financial interests and reputations and everything on the line that would kill to erase this whole thing.
Yeah, I
even believe that now that I just said it. I
don't know if it has wider circles than that, but the only thing I can surmise is that they would have had to have known in advance when they went to Savannah. They would have had to have told her, we don't think we can trace it. We think they can beat us. We think they can beat us. And so that would be incentive enough for her to say, all right, I won't put it out there, because it would be, they're going to, especially if they were really confident, and And I think that I can't come up with a different scenario that makes sense to me as to what would stop her from putting the money out there. You know, uh, it's the only thing that makes sense. And but as far as the wider implications about whether there'd be sensitivity to the markets and whether someone might be, several parties might be very upset by the fact that it's advertised now that, it's something that is defeatable, you know, but
Hi, Doogie.
but if anything, it really does show that if somebody was willing to go through this
Doogie, you can
level
call me Bling. Hi.
to set this up and go through with it and to say, okay, we're going to take this woman, we're going to set up this ransom, we're going to say this is how you're going to pay, that they were 100% confident that they could pull that off. 100%. Because why would you even go to that trouble unless you really were 100% confident that you couldn't be caught, you could not be traced? It really makes me think, they're in a different country when they're doing that, but you don't necessarily, I mean, if you're that confident, you could be in the United States and pull that off. I guess you could, it really wouldn't matter if you were that good, but go ahead.
Well, no, I think 100%. This is going to go it's going to go to some foreign countries, and I'm saying multiple countries that do not have extradition and do not reveal stuff to our government, financial information. There's plenty of, third world or unfriendly countries that Bitcoin exists in. That's where it's going to lead. That's just a given. That's, but could the person still feel comfortable, the mastermind in Tucson, doing this and having the third party out there? Yeah, I think they could, with their ego-driven thing and the media thing. They think they've worked it out that they're isolated from the other person, or how they're going to get paid through this, how they're going to get paid eventually or benefit from it. They could be in. There's no traceability back directly to them, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So they could be doing it from here and still never be caught because the crypto's running all through those foreign countries. I mean, it does put you in.
Hold on. I did see Carolyn in the chat. I just wanted to let you know, Space Cat, and she wanted to let us know that we are winding down and that she has an early appointment. So certainly I want to be respectful to that.
Yeah, I can't keep my eyes open anymore, and I've got to go to the dentist again tomorrow. So I will, I'm going to end this now. But yeah, glad you guys could talk this out a lot together and with the chat. And I don't know where you've come with that, but
you were out for quite a while, Carolyn. Did you go to sleep for a little while?
No, I just kind of just sat down for a little bit because I've been out all day. That's why I was on a little later, because I had to go away to go to the dentist. I have to do it again tomorrow. So, yeah, but.
Well, when you get a chance, maybe if you didn't hear all of it, it was some good conversation. I want to say thank you, Space Cat, for more engaging conversations tonight. I wouldn't even mind if we had one more person plugged in, that could break it up just a little bit more. But
yeah, I heard B Lady might want to come on tomorrow night. We'll see.
But you give me everything that I could ask for as far as somebody that I can exchange information with, Space Cat.
Oh yeah, I think people have got other ideas to explore, and I'm definitely open to another person coming in and putting their ideas. In fact, we need that. It's not
echo chamber.
We're tending to circle, some ideas over and over, and part of that's my mind I'm having problems with this whole ransom payment thing, and it's not, and so anyway, that's my problem. But as you see, we go along in our conversation, though, and we do build new information. I mean, we do get a different idea out of it. So it's not a total waste of time, even though we're recycling some of the same stupid, well, I wouldn't say it's stupid, but the same quandaries or same cognitive dissonance. It still produces something further. I think we've gotten further along.
100%.
And I've gone into a vast conspiracy world now with this with the 3D chess and the bigger things that play with Bitcoin and the legitimacy of that. But that's where we should. I mean, if there's some other sleuths out here that want to look into stuff or something, we need to get a more feedback about the criminal world of Bitcoin and how easy it is to how they easily they get around this traceability and how the FBI can be defeated. Because again, that's we're hearing something different from all the expert retired FBI people and all this supposedly people that are even in security that know something financial matters, saying that they're going to be caught if they cash it in. But I'm not seeing that.
Well, Carolyn.
Okay, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Everybody in the chat, may the Lord bless you, protect you, and give you his peace. Prayers for everyone in our community. I love you guys. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. And tomorrow night, callers are welcome. I do cover other cases. Sometimes, whatever is in the news of his trials. But right now, we're talking about this. I think B-Lady said she wants to come on panel tomorrow night. So we'll see about doing that. And, whatever, wherever it brings us. All right,
thanks
guys?
for everyone in the chat and all your input.
Okay. All right. And see you guys tomorrow. Everybody be well.
Are you going to be able to come back tomorrow, Jason?
Yep.
Okay. And
right.
Is there a particular time? Is it earlier Eastern time, like 11 Eastern is better to be closer?
I aim for that, but it's like today we had to go to the dentist and it was like an hour and a half each way, and we didn't get back till late. So
yeah, but I'm just
when you join on, Jason, I'll join on. So when you join in, I'll join in too.
So 11 is not too early for you, Jason. 11 is good for you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'll try. What I'm getting at is I'll try to be here at 11 sharp. Sometimes I do get distracted for a half hour or more, so it could be up to 11:30. But I'll try to come in right at 11. But also, Carolyn, go ahead and shoot Jason and I the emails ahead of time, so we don't have that delay to the call
Good
in.
reminder too. Good reminder.
All righty, guys.
All right.
Yeah. All right. We'll see everybody tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, Carolyn.
You're welcome. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye, everybody in the chat. God bless you all. I'll see you. Thank you for hanging out with us for so long. And we'll see you tomorrow. I hope I think there was quite a few new subscribers. And make sure that you have us, the bell hit. I can't even think, I'm so tired. The bell hit for all notifications so you know when we go live. I do post some shorts. Some are inspirational, some are memories, some are funny clips. If we have a funny portion of our live, it'll go there. There's a lot of variety. We also do some baking, crafts, things, and I do discuss other cases. Okay, right now it seems like the whole world of YouTube is invested in this case, but I did an update on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I'll probably do an update on Kelsey Fitzsimmons tomorrow, maybe at the beginning, and the bench trial, and maybe the one in Hawaii. Do a quick update on that and anything. But you guys take care, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks so much.